Excellent. My name is Judge Bell, and I am overseeing first appearance today. The purpose of first appearance is so that you're informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause means that it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, and more likely than not that you are the person that committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations, and that presumption of innocence will stay with you through every course of the proceeding, unless and until the Office of the State Attorney is able to prove those allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We will determine your conditions of pretrial release today, which is your bail or bond. In most cases, you have a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit under the warrant that led to your arrest. We'll determine if that bond should be raised, lowered, or remain the same, and whether or not there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We will let you know when your next court date will be. If you would like the services of the Office of the Public Defender, I'll gladly appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're informed that you have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, to include family, friends, and counsel. And most importantly, you're advised that you have an absolute right to remain silent, and I encourage you to do so. In fact, there's an assistant state attorney here with me this afternoon in this courtroom. If you tend to say something to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. Now, may I please have each and every one of you raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. When you hear your name, may you please step forward to the podium. Ms. Perkins? Good afternoon, ma'am. May I please have your date of birth?
11/20/88.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of matters for you this afternoon. One is a case involving a charge of retail theft. There's probable cause for that charge. There's also another case that has 3 counts. 1 count of introduction of contraband into the county detention facility, a possession of controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia, for which there's probable cause for all 3 of those charges. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender.
Yes, ma'am. I'll appoint the public defender in both matters to represent you. And may I please have her criminal history?
Ms. Perkins has an open felony, 22 CF 1504. State is requesting that bond be revoked in that case. Her other history is possession of controlled substance in 22, 2 counts, fraudulent possession of ID in 21, also in 21, adjudication for providing false ID to Leo, burglary and conveyance adjudication in 2022, possession of controlled substance in 2022, trespass in 21, and battery on Leo in 22, trespass in 2015, battery 2015, false name to Leo in 2014, possession of controlled substance in 2013, and petty theft in 2013, retail theft in 2010.
Thank you so much. And the 2022 CF, is it 1504?
Yes.
And does that have a court date, Madam Clerk? Tomorrow? Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Perkins, are you currently living in Hernando County?
Yeah. Yes.
And how long have you lived in Hernando County?
My whole life.
Are you currently working?
Yes.
What are you doing?
With my father.
As to the retail theft, I'm going to keep your bond at the $5,000. I'm going to put these cases, I can put them on tomorrow. They'll more than likely not be filed by tomorrow, but at least they'll be on the same court docket, okay?
Do I have a bond?
You have a bond in this matter, but I am going to revoke your bond in case 2022 CF 1504 based upon the finding of probable cause in these new law matters. In regards to the count of introduction of contraband to the county detention facility, I'm going to keep your bond at the $5,000. As to the possession of a controlled substance, your bond is going to be $2,000. As to the paraphernalia, your bond's going to be $1,000. I'm going to put this case on the January 6th date as well at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so all of your cases can track together. And again, I'm going to revoke your bond in 2022 CF 1504. Okay, thank you. Ms. Walker? Good afternoon, ma'am. May I please have your date of birth? Thank you so much. I have a violation for you this afternoon. I believe it's a violation of community control, for which there's probable cause. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender? The Public Defender? I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. There is a no bond associated with this violation of community control. I'm going to keep the no bond. Your next court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D in front of Judge Merritt Jr. Thank you. Mr. Connor?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. It's 12/17/93.
Thank you. I have 3 charges for you this afternoon. Domestic battery by strangulation, aggravated assault, and tampering with a witness. There is probable cause for all 3 of those charges. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public Defender, please.
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Your Honor, I was not provided with a criminal history printout for this defendant, and there's nothing in CSIS, so I have no additional information about him.
Thank you so much. Mr. Meyer, I have an address for you on Marcella Avenue.
Are you talking to me, Mr. Connor, still?
Is Connor? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a good address for you?
That is where I was living, yes, ma'am. I just moved down here 3 weeks ago.
And do you have family in the area?
No, ma'am, I have no family. I don't have a job either.
Where did you move from?
Bentonville, Arkansas. My wife and I lost our jobs up there, and my mother-in-law invited us down here to live with her to get our feet back underneath us.
I'm going to set the bond as to count 1 at $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to set the bond at to count 2
Okay.
at $2,000. And I'm going to set the bond at count 3 at $1,000. A condition of that bond is that you're to have no contact with Miss Nancy Meyer. So
Okay.
no contact means no contact of any kind. You cannot call, you cannot write, you cannot email, you cannot text message, you cannot have contact through social media or any third party. Any way that you might imagine having contact, I forbid you to do so. You cannot go where they live or where they work.
Yes, ma'am.
It means no contact even if they want the contact. So for example, if you pick up the phone and you hear their voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and you see them, you should walk the other way.
Yes, ma'am.
It's also important to know that the victim does not have the ability to drop charges, as that function rests solely with the Office of the State Attorney.
So my mother-in-law could not drop charges, it just falls in the state in total, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
As for the home that you share,
Yes, ma'am.
you may go by one time to grab your clothes, and in order to do that, you must contact the sheriff's office, and they'll arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy, so you can grab your belongings and go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? I'm also going to hold you till 4 p.m. today, in case the victim wants to serve you with an injunction for protection against domestic violence, and that's so we know where to find you. If you get that civil injunction, it is doubly important not to have contact, because if, in that case, if you did, not only could you get your bond revoked in this matter, you could also get a new charge for violating that injunction. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I do, thank you.
Your next court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Hodling?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
It's October 30th, 1971.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today of battery on a person 65 years of age or older. There's probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself. Hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Thank you.
Defendant only has one prior per CSIS, and it's a withhold on a no motorcycle endorsement in 2004.
Thank you. Sir, if I may ask you, I have an address for you on Luggestrom Drive.
Yes.
Is that a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
Since 2002.
You have family in the area?
Yes, I live with my family. I live with my parents. They're both elderly, 80 years old.
And are you currently working?
No, I'm not. I take care of my mother. She has dementia, and she needs me to basically do everything for her except shower and go to the bathroom and things like that.
Well, any condition of bond today is that you're to have no contact with your father.
I can do that. I can go stay at my sister's house. That's not a problem.
Okay. And so, did you understand my explanation of no contact and what is ordered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to set your bond at $250.
Thank you.
Again, a condition of that bond is you're to have no contact with your dad. And I'm going to hold you till 4 p.m. in case he wants to serve you with that injunction as well. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Your
Thank
next,
you very much.
you're welcome. Your next court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Martinez? Good afternoon, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
16, 2004.
Thank you so much. I have a warrant for you today out of Pasco County. There is 2 counts of attempted murder for which there's probable cause. The bonds associated with those charges are $250,000 per count. I'm going to give Pasco County 5 days to come and get you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McHugh?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
0530-1963.
Thank you so much. I have 2 charges for you this afternoon. A battery that's domestic in nature and aggravated assault. There's probable cause for those charges. You're going to represent yourself. Hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Hey, if I could get some kind of bond, I would try to represent myself. If not, I guess I'm gonna have to go to the public defender.
I'll
I can
temper,
get bond.
what I can do is I can appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you now. If you hire a private attorney, just let them know.
Well, I would need bond, I would need to get out to do some things, you know. I don't have the money readily handy. So,
Okay.
and I also need medical attention, I have a busted nose.
May I please have
Is there
Mr.
any-
McHugh's criminal history?
Mr.
I have
McHugh,
a criminal.
Mr. McHugh has a lengthy criminal history, including 17 counts of violation of pretrial release on domestic violence in 2022. In 2021, he has an adjudication on a battery, 2018 petty theft, 2011 DUI with damage, grand theft, 2007 driving while license suspended, 1999 worthless check, two counts of worthless checks, 1998 worthless check, burglary, violation of state probation, resisting arrest without violence, driving with license suspended, carrying a concealed weapon, 97. He's got possession of cocaine, violation of state community control, driving while license suspended, worthless check, resisting recovery of merchandise, retail theft, violation of county probation. In 1996, he's got operating a vehicle while driver's license is suspended. Two of those. 95, he's got another one of those and a violation of probation. Keep going.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much. And there is a prior battery conviction, is that correct?
Ma'am, I know this doesn't help my case at all, but I don't have worthless check charges. I know that's the least of my problem, but I don't have those enough charges.
Okay.
Yes, he has prior batteries on the same victim.
Thank you so much.
But I am.
So, Mr. McHugh, I'd like for you to answer my questions, okay? I have an address for you in Baylor Drive. Is that a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be on that house.
And how long have you lived there?
14 years, 15 years.
And besides Ms. Perna, do you have family in the area?
My mother and father live in High Point.
And are you currently working?
Part-time, but I might have just lost that now. I don't know that.
What kind of part-time work were you doing?
We were doing a little bit of construction right now. I'm working for the company that used to hire me. Employment. I really can't afford to lose my house, man. I really can't.
As to count one, I'm going to set your bond at $2,500. As to count two, I'm going to set your bond at $2,500. Condition of the bond is that you're to have no contact with Ms. Perna. Did you understand no contact as I described it earlier?
Better than you'll ever know. Better than you'll ever know.
And I'm also going to hold you till 4 p.m. today, in case she wants
Yes, ma'am.
to serve you with that injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
Your court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. Mr. Steff? I'm doing well, thank you. May I please have your date of birth?
9/14/74.
I have a charge for you today. It looks like failure to appear. Are you going to, there's probable cause for that. Are you going to represent yourself? Hire a private attorney? Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Your Honor, we're already appointed on the case that he failed to appear on.
Would you like the office,
Oh,
you would
yeah,
like the
I'll-
public defender?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be center. Is there any way I could get a bail reduction, Your Honor?
No, sir. I'm going to keep your bond pursuant to that KPS at the $2,000.
Okay.
However, if there is an offer today for,
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant has an open pending trespass. That's the failure to appear that he's been picked up on. He also has picked up another trespass. So the state would request that the bond be revoked in the prior trespass, or the state is willing to offer today only 30 days Hernando County Jail to resolve both trespasses.
So, okay, would I be credit for the prior, time I did, the 2 weeks before I bailed? Or is that, not longer counted? Would I get any credit for time served on that?
Would y'all like to answer him in regards to the credit?
Yeah, 'cause I mean, I'd already spent a couple of weeks in on the first trespass before I bailed out. And,
Yes, Your Honor, credit for time served, if Chuck can tell us how much.
It's, looks like 9 days there. So,
Mr. Stepp, we're just trying to figure out your credit time served.
Okay.
So as to the new count of trespassing, there is probable cause for that, and you'd like the public defender appointed on that one as well, correct?
Sure. Did you say they would put them both together, though?
The offer is 30 days
Result?
to resolve both of your trespasses,
it looks like you have about 11 days credit time.
and you have 11 days credit for time served.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I would take that.
Okay. And you understand by entering a plea, you're waiving your right to trial by jury to confront the witnesses against you to any further discovery, and you're waiving your right to remain silent. You're giving up those rights to take care of it with this plea.
Yes, ma'am.
And in case 2022 MM 3109 to the charge of trespass on the land of another after warning, how do you wish to plea? You may plea no contest.
No contest.
And in your new case of trespass after warning, how do you wish to plea? You may plea no
No.
contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your no contest pleas. I'll find that they're freely and voluntarily made. I'll sentence you to 30 days in the Hernando County Jail concurrent with each other with 11 days credit for time served.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll assess the standard fine and court costs as well as the cost of prosecution, your cost of defense, and any cost of incarceration.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, and Madam Clerk.
Good.
And that will be $550 per case. Okay? All right, good luck to you.
I'm also, let's see, I'm not good with security, so I don't know if that affects anything as far as fines go, or for disability.
That might be something you want to check with the clerk with when you get released from county jail.
Okay.
Okay?
For my work time too, if I got that, see, I'm disabled.
You're going to have to go ahead and speak to the county jail about that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Good luck to you. Mr. Tefelsky? Oh, Miss Maria, I need to put that E-flat on that, sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
May I please have your date of birth?
04/07/1977.
Thank you so much. I have a couple charges for you this afternoon, which is a hit and run, failed to stop with bodily injury, a DUI with property damage, and resisting without violence. There's probable cause for those charges. Are you going to represent yourself? Hire a private attorney? Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Your Honor, defendant's criminal history includes adjudication in 2017 on two separate batteries, 2014 driving while license suspended, leaving the scene of an accident, no motor vehicle registration, 2006 adjudication on a battery, 2002 DUI, 2001 expired driver's license, 1996 aggravated battery, and petty theft.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Tefelsky, I'm going to address for you on Pine Ridge Drive?
Yes, ma'am, that's my parents' house. I'm not staying there right now. That's my, I stay in a RV, but
And is that located here
That's
in
my-
Hernando?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Hernando County?
I've lived here my whole life, 45 years.
And you have family in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently working?
I was, I probably lost that job.
What kind of work were you doing?
Fire protection, fire sprinklers.
Universal fire systems.
I'm going to set your bond as to count one at the $5,000. Set your bond as to count two at $2,000. And set your bond as to count three at $1,000. Your next court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, everything stayed the same.
Mr. Smith?
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
October 26, 1988.
Thank you so much. I have a, yes, ma'am.
I have attorney Jeremy McLamont on the phone regarding Ethan Martinez.
Okay, thank you so much. Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hello?
Hi. Yes, attorney? If I may please have your patience, I just have one more defendant
Okay.
that's
no problem.
currently on. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Smith,
No problem.
I do have a revocation of recommitment order for you
Yes, ma'am.
that was signed by Judge Merritt Jr. There's probable cause. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, like the services of the Office of the Public Defender.
I don't know if I had a conflict of interest last time I was in here, so I don't know if this is gonna run me that or not, so if I could have a peek, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender, and they'll determine whether or not that conflict still exists, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there is a no bond. I'm going to keep that no bond. And your next court date is going to be January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. And sir, may I please have your name? The attorney that's on the line, I'm sorry, it was,
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jeremy McClymont. The last name is spelled McLymont.
thank you so much. And you're here for Mr. Martinez?
Yes, that's correct. Ethan Martinez.
Okay. Mr. Martinez has a warrant out of Pasco County. The bonds associated with that warrant were $250,000 per count. And I gave Pasco County 5 days to come get them.
Okay, so there's a couple of things going on with this case, and I'm not sure if the state is there or if anyone from Pasco County is there.
No, sir.
But Mr. Martinez, he was released from Pasco 2 days ago. Through a writ from the second DCA, he was released. 2 days ago, yesterday, we had a court in which the state tried to revoke his bond, and the judge denied that motion from the state. And then the same night, maybe a few hours after he left court, a warrant for 2 new charges popped up, and he was arrested last night. So I don't have the warrant or the probable cause affidavit to make any probable cause, arguments here. I would like to have time to do that. I don't know if we can. I've tried to call the Hernando Sheriff's Office. I've tried to call the clerk in Pasco to see if I can get a copy of whatever it is that they're alleging happened, was changed, or whatever. But I don't have any access to it. So is there any way that we can reset this hearing or pass it for a little bit so that I can get the time to get that or those documents?
No, sir, I'm not going to pass this over or rehear it. I did give Pasco County 5 days to come and get him. He will be given an advisory when he is received into that county. And I think that's the appropriate venue for you to argue any sort of probable cause and or bond issues, as this is not the proper forum to do that. So I will leave it where Pasco County has 5 days to come and get him, and you can argue that at that proper forum, which is Pasco County.
Is there any way to expedite his transport to Pasco County?
5 days is the quickest, really. Normally they'll come and get him within 2 or 3, but then again, everything has changed due to COVID, so I'm just going to say I'm going to give him 5 days. That's the fastest I can give him, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Jail, I believe that concludes our first appearance. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Judge Bell. You're here for first appearance. The purpose of first appearance is so that you're informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause means that it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, and more likely than not that you're the person that committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of those allegations, and that presumption of innocence will stay with you through every course of the proceeding, unless and until the state attorney's office proves the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We will set the conditions of pretrial release this afternoon, which is your bail or bond. In most cases, you have a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit and or the warrant that led to your arrest. We'll determine if that bond should be raised, lowered, or remain the same, and whether or not there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be. If you'd like the services of the Office of the Public Defender, I'll gladly appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're informed that you have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, to include family, friends, and counsel. And finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you have an absolute right to remain silent, and I encourage you to do so. In fact, there's an assistant state attorney here with me in the courtroom this afternoon, and if you tend to say something that incriminates you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. Now may I please have each and every one of you raise your right hands to be sworn. She is solemnly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. When you hear your name, may you please step forward to the podium. Ms. Reynolds? Of course. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
3488.
Thank you so much. I have 2 charges for you this afternoon, a petty theft and resisting without violence, for which there's probable cause for those charges. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public Defender.
Yes, ma'am. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Your Honor, there is no history. There appears to be no restitution. This is a Walmart theft. If she's so inclined, the state would be willing to offer her 5 days with the 2 days credit that she has if she wishes to resolve today. Otherwise, she can be reset. We can address it then.
Ms. Reynolds, did you hear the state attorney? You maybe want to let her know what the office is.
Ms. Reynolds, this is the public defender. The state attorney has advise the judge that if you want to resolve your case, you don't have to, but if you want to resolve it, they would agree to 5 days with the 2 days credit that you already have in. Is that something you want to do, or do you want to go ahead and just set it out for an arraignment in February? Did you hear me?
I don't really understand.
If you want to resolve your case, if you want to plead to it, the state has offered, and the judge, I think, would agree, to sentence you to 5 days in jail with credit for 2 days already. So you'd be done and out of jail in 3 more days. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, is that something you want to do, or do you want to go ahead and speak with your lawyer before you go to court?
Speak with my lawyer.
Okay. Now you understand if you don't bond out, you're going to be there until your court date, okay? And we'll have somebody come out and talk to you.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to set your bond based upon the fact that you have no prior criminal history. I'm going to set your bond at the petty theft at $100. I'm going to set your bond at the resisting without at $250. And your court date is going to be February 1st at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. Okay? Thank you. If someone would like to go speak with her and then like to add her to a first appearance docket, I'm not opposed to
Yeah,
it.
we'll
Keeping myself working.
we'll have Chuck go out and see her.
Thank you. Peter Christian? Right here, I think. Yes, sir, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning, or afternoon.
It's okay. May I please have your date of birth?
7776.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today of a sex offender violation. There's probable cause for that. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I'm gonna get a public defender.
Okay. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Your Honor, his sex offense is from 2004 out of Massachusetts. In addition to that, his Florida history includes a possession of paraphernalia from 2020, possession of cannabis and paraphernalia from 2014, contempt of court from 2012, paraphernalia from 2012, worthless check from 2012, and then DUIs from 2010, 2009, and 2006, and a battery from 2008. And the state, in addition to whatever bond is set, would also request a GPS monitor in this matter.
I couldn't hear any of that.
She was just giving me a rundown of your criminal history so I can determine what is the appropriate amount of bond to set in your matter. They're also asking for GPS monitor.
That they do what?
They're asking for a GPS monitor if you were to get out and make bond.
That's fine, I don't mind.
Okay.
Go anywhere, anyhow. I have handicap, I'm old, I'm crippled, I really don't go anywhere. I go to the gas station or the supermarket and I go home, that's it.
That's why when he said his date of birth. Okay.
I haven't been in trouble in a long time. I would actually like to get an ROR if I could because I can't deal with this wheelchair. I would like to go and get my electric wheelchair back and be able to take care of my dog and my house.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to give you that ROR today, but what I can do is I can set your bond. If I may ask you, how long have you lived in Hernando County?
In Hernando, I moved to Hernando in '07. I went back to Cape Cod for a couple of years for medical treatment, and then came back because my grandmother was dying and I inherited her house. So I am here doing what I have to do, trying to keep my happy little butt out of jail.
And do you have family in the area?
I have my mother.
Okay. And this is his only failure to register in his history, is that correct?
That is correct,
Thank
Judge.
you.
And I actually was at the sheriff's.
I encourage you to exercise your right to remain silent. I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. A condition of that bond is that you're beyond GPS monitoring.
I don't have $2,000. My family doesn't have $2,000.
Your court date is going to be January 31st at 1:30 p.m. in courtroom D. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Christian. Mr. Bada? Yes, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
1/10/84.
Thank you so much. Happy early birthday to you. You're here today on a charge of battery on a detainee, and there is probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I represent myself right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Bada is currently awaiting resentencing on a trial from almost 2 years ago now. So I would ask that the court keep the bond as is, and it's not going to matter because he's technically still under the Department of Corrections. And we would ask that it be set for pre-trial on January 20th, or arraignment on January 26th.
Okay. I do have a note here that he has a court date on January 25th.
That's possible. I can't keep track of that, but I know the arraignment would be January 26th, and that's going to be my case.
Okay.
I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, does he have a court date on January 25th at 9 a.m.? Yeah. Okay. So I'm inclined to give him that same January 25th date. Mr. Bada, I'll keep the bond as $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put this case on that January 25th at 9 a.m., just so both of your cases are on the same day at the same time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, ma'am.
You're welcome. Mr. Bertero? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
May I please have your date of birth?
11/8/83.
Thank you. I have a violation of pretrial release for you this afternoon. There is probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I would like a public defender if I could, ma'am.
Which one do you want?
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
And I'd like to apologize and add that I was operating in belief that I was in compliance with the contact order.
Sir, this is the public defender that suggests you not talk about the facts of your case, because the state will use it against you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he was arrested on December the 30th for battery. He bonded on December 31st. I don't have a case number yet for that. I was unable to look and see and confirm that there was a no contact order in place, but I imagine that it would have been indicated to him on the 30th. Other than that, he's got a criminal mischief from 2014 and a dropped ag assault in 2008, and then in 2003, a child abuse charge for which I could not find a disposition.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's a way to revoke his bond on a case that hasn't been opened in the clerk system yet, but that's what the state would like to do if possible.
And Mr. Bowers, was your office appointed on the original?
I don't know,
charge?
Judge. But certainly it wouldn't have been sent up to us until after it was opened by the clerk.
And Madam Clerk, do we by chance have a case number?
And if it helps at all, I do have an agency number to provide.
Not yet. Okay. Mr. Bertero,
Yes, ma'am.
I have an address for you on Marlowe Avenue. Is that a good address for you?
That's my only address that I have, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
I lived there probably for about 8 years.
Do you have family in the area?
No, I don't.
Are you currently working?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you
I
do?
provide for my family. I do construction. If need be, I have places I could stay. Yes, ma'am, I do construction and I provide for my whole family.
So as a condition of the bond originally in your original case was no contact with the victim.
Yes, and like I was trying to say,
I'm not asking for explanation. I wish that you would. I wish that you wouldn't and exercise your right to remain silent. So
Yes, ma'am.
yes, there is a need for you to stay somewhere else. Otherwise, the only place to hold you is county jail without bond.
No, I agree, and I am sorry.
It's not a matter of an agreement. It's a yes, ma'am. I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I understand completely.
So, I don't have a case number today to currently revoke your bond. However, the state attorney does have the ability, based upon this new law violation, and the fact that I found probable cause today, to seek a recommitment from the judge that's overseeing that case.
Please,
So,
ma'am, I
I'm going to
understand.
tell you that I'm going to give you a bond today in hopes that you heard me say you are to have no contact with the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
Let
no
me reiterate it to you and some of the others there that need to hear it today. No contact means no contact of any kind. You cannot call, you cannot write, you cannot email, you cannot text message, you cannot have third-party contact. You cannot go where they live, you cannot go where they work.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood?
Understood.
If you share a house with that person and you need to go by to grab your belongings to go elsewhere, you may call the sheriff's office and they'll arrange a time for a deputy to go out and meet you there so you can grab your belongings. And that is the only way that you can have contact with that resident. Do you understand?
Completely understood.
Excellent. And it means no contact even if that person wants the contact. So for example, if you pick up the phone and you hear their voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and you see them, you should walk the other way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. Again, a condition of that bond is for you to have that no contact. I'm going to set your court date for February 1st at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. Thank you.
You.
Mr. Christensen? Good afternoon,
ma'am.
sir. May I please have your date of birth?
10/15/85.
Thank you. I have a failure to appear this afternoon for which there's probable cause. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I'll represent myself.
Okay.
He's representing himself anyway. All right, Your Honor, he's got a 2019 grand theft, an 18 DUI, a 2009 DUI, and a 2004 attempted burglary. Currently, his driver's license is revoked. This is a failure to appear on a driving while license suspended charge. The state would be inclined to offer him 5 days Hernando County Jail with 1 day credit if he wishes to resolve today. We can talk about it at his next court date.
Mr. Christensen,
Yes, ma'am.
did you hear the state attorney?
To an extent, something about 5 days, you know.
Yes, sir. The offer for you today is 5 days in the county jail with 1 day for credit time served.
Yeah, that works.
You'd be adjudicated guilty and assessed the standard fine and court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that something you'd like to do?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay. And to the charge of driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, being a second offense, how do you wish to plead? You may plead no contest.
Yeah, no contest.
And you understand by giving up these rights that are, by entering a plea, you're giving up your rights to trial by jury to confront the witnesses against you to any further discovery, and your right to remain silent. You're giving up those rights to take care of it with this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will find that your no contest plea is freely and voluntarily given. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in the Hernando County Jail with 1 day credit for time served, assess the standard fine and court costs as well as the cost of prosecution. And Madam Clerk, may I please have that amount? $450 is your fines and court costs. And that's
Okey dokey.
inclusive of the cost of prosecution?
I'm sorry?
Is that inclusive of the cost of prosecution, Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Dean? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
Ma'am,
May I please have your date of birth?
10/16/55.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today of domestic battery. There's probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender? Would you like me to appoint an attorney to help you, sir?
I don't know, ma'am. I gotta see see what I'm gonna be doing.
Okay,
Get out of here is the first thing.
all right. I'm gonna appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Just so you have an attorney working on your case for you in the meantime until you can figure that out.
Your Honor, as far as history goes, all he has is driving history from the 1970s. He doesn't have anything since then. Additionally, his wife Deborah is here this afternoon, and she would like to address the court pertaining to contact, for which the state has no objection.
Thank you.
And right here, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. May you please state your name?
Deborah Dean,
And Ms. Dean, what would you like to tell me today?
just that, what happened yesterday has never happened before. My daughter came last night. I was just so upset. I didn't really know what was going on. Ben's on 13 medications. A little over a year ago, we lost our son. And he went to the doctor to get anxiety medication, and I really think two things happened. I think that they prescribed the wrong med. He was on a med, 60 milligrams, then they prescribed 30 more at night. And I should have known enough to look this up. I was a nurse, but I didn't. But that is the largest dose you can legally take of that med, and it holds a lot of side effects. And then when my daughter did his meds, there's too many missing of those meds and not enough of simvastatin and the Januvia. And they look alike. They're all white capsules. It's totally out of character for him to start talking about the devil. And he was talking to me like I wasn't me. You took my son. And I think that he just needs to get on track with his meds. Maybe both of us need to get some counseling over Josh.
How long have y'all been together?
44 years since we were babies. We have 3 children together, both of us, you know. And Faith and Amy were there last night, and they were just devastated. They said, this is not him. You know, he has had his moments, but this is not him. And he dreams about him. And he wakes up and doesn't know he's gone, and I should have picked up on this, but I was kind of in my own grief. And Josh was raising his son, Jackson, and he had no one to go to, so we took him from the get-go. So that's been thrown in the mix. Good boy, good little boy, smart little boy, but still, it's a lot. And so I think that between as meticulous as he is about those meds, I think he messed them up. And I think that whatever it did, he thought I was something or someone else that had taken him.
And do you want him to come home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. To get some help. We're both going to go to counseling.
Are you asking for him to have contact with you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And are you fearful in any way?
No. I called his doctor today, and she's off half a day, but the nurse who we've been going to forever said that it can happen with those meds. And for him to stop the 30 at night immediately, which, yes, he will.
And this is the first time in 44 years that...
He has never done anything crazy in his life. I mean, I'm not going to say he hasn't had a temper before. I have too. I mean, people, you know, get mad or whatever, but he has never talked and done. And I'm assuming you have the report there.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know what was happening. I've never seen him grab a cross, or, I mean, we're Christians, don't get me wrong, but he grabbed Josh's Bible, and it was just the craziest thing I've ever seen from him.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me today?
No, ma'am.
All
No,
right.
Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
State, do you have a position on this?
I have no objection to contact being granted, Your Honor. Peaceful contact, of course.
Mr. Dean,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to set your bond at $50 in order that you have nonviolent, peaceful contact with your wife. That means if you raise your voice, she will probably be quick to call 911. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask for some assistance? My son,
Maybe listening device.
our son died November a year ago. And our whole life has been turned upside down. Some of it, I guess you can point the finger at me, and some of it you can point the finger at my wife. She's not handling it very well, and neither am I. You know, everywhere I look, I see, I hear him, but he's gone. And my wife is even more moved and involved with him than I am. Her favorite son, her only son. And we just can't handle it. I mean, simply said, that's it. I can't get over it.
I set your bond at $50 to give you an opportunity to get out. You will be able to have nonviolent, peaceful contact with your wife, and hopefully this will set you on a path to dealing with the grief that you're suffering from. So I would encourage you to go to counseling and work through these things, and maybe this is a step towards that. So, and your next court date, Mr. Dean, is going to be February 1st at 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse in Brooksville, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Dillard? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
04/07/2002.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you this afternoon of battery on a detainee. There is probable cause. There's 2 counts of that, and there's probable cause for both charges. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney? Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Private attorney.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in this case, Mr. Dillard is in on 2 violations of probation as well as 2 new charges. We would ask that the court revoke his bond in case number 22 CF1632. That is a charge that originally violated his probation. The second charge is still open, and I'm not asking that the court necessarily revoke the bond on that.
I'm assuming that if he's in a violation, he's already at no bond.
Yes. But no, not on the violations, yes. Not on the new charge on this possession of cannabis with intent to sell.
And that's 22 CF1632.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What about the 22 CF1858?
And that's the one I'm asking that the court.
Okay. Thank you.
And he has court dates. He has 2 sets of court dates. One on January 25th for the 2 VOPs and the 1632, and then a continued arraignment on the 1858 on the 26th.
At 1:30.
At 1:30, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dillard,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to set your bond as to count one in this case at $2,000 pursuant to the schedule. I'm going to set your bond at count two at $2,000 pursuant to the schedule. I'm going to revoke your bond in 2022 CF 1632. I'm going to set your court date in this matter on the 26th day of January at 1:30 p.m. in courtroom E at the courthouse here in Brooksville. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Thank you.
You're
Have a good rest of
welcome.
the day.
And you as well. Mr. Goodrich? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
12483.
Thank you so much. I have a couple matters for you this afternoon. The first case being 2 counts. 1 count of knowingly driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, and no motorcycle endorsement for which there's probable cause. I also have another case for you that involves a violation of probation for which there's probable cause. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the appointment of the Office of the Public Defender to represent you?
Public defender.
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender in both of your matters.
I didn't research his history because I saw that one of them was a violation of probation. He wouldn't have any bond anyway, so I didn't take any additional steps. His bond appears to be $500 on the other two, and I think that's reasonable.
Yes. As to the knowingly driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, I'm going to set your bond at $500. As to the no motorcycle endorsement, I'm going to set your bond at $500. Your court date in that case is going to be February 1st at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. In regards to the violation of probation, I'm going to set your bond at no bond. Your court date, Madam Clerk, may I please have, is it Judge Toner's the 26th at 1:30 p.m. for arraignment?
I think that's correct.
There's a note here to set him on February 9th, but that's too far out for me to go. I'd like to put him sooner rather than later. So I believe the court date that we just gave the other defendant was January 26th at 1:30 p.m. in courtroom E.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Goodrich? I just placed you on a sooner court date in front of Judge
Thank you.
Toner on that violation, okay?
Okay.
Oh, you're welcome.
Will I be able to take care of all the charges then?
You'll be able just to take care of the violation. The other charges are misdemeanors for which you'll have a separate day and a separate attorney. But
Okay.
someone from the Office of the Public Defender will come out and speak to you about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lichty? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
May I please have your date of birth?
05/18/95.
Thank you so much. I have a violation of probation for you today out of Pasco County. There's probable cause for that violation. There's a no bond associated with it. I'm going to keep the no bond. I'm going to give Pasco County 5 days to come and get you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Lopez? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
12/25/89.
Happy belated birthday, Mr. Lopez. Just what you wanted for your birthday, a violation of probation.
Mm-hmm.
There's probable cause for that violation. You're gonna represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. There's a no bond associated with your violation. I'm gonna keep the no bond. I'm gonna set you on January 31st at 9 a.m. in courtroom D here in the courthouse, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rowe? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
May I please have your date of birth?
3471.
Thank you. I have a couple matters for you this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
One is an organized fraud for which there's probable cause. Another is a knowingly driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked for which there's probable cause. Are you going to represent yourself in this matter, in these matters? Are you going to hire a private attorney, or would you like the appointment of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender, please.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in both of your matters.
Your Honor, his history includes a no valid driver's license and a driving on suspended and no motor vehicle registration from earlier this year, a driving on suspended and petty theft from 2021, a driving on suspended and petty theft from 2017, well, a driving on suspended from 2017 and then a petty theft from 91.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Rowe,
Yes, ma'am.
I have an address for you in Tampa. Is that a good address on East Linebaugh?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
4 years now.
Do you have family in Hernando County?
I have friends here.
Okay. And did you lose your employment because of this charge?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're still employed at Walmart?
Yes, but a different one.
Okay. How long have you worked at Walmart?
I started in October. I'm doing their security systems, the cameras, their speakers, optical optical sensors, and everything else.
Okay.
They're upgrading their security systems in the stores.
I'm going to keep your bond at the $2,000 pursuant to the schedule. As to the organized fraud, as to the knowingly driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, I'm going to keep your bond at the $500 as well.
Okay.
The court date as to the organized fraud is going to be the 31st day of January at 9 a.m. in courtroom D here in the courthouse in Brooksville. As for the driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, your court date is going to be February 21st. Is it February 21st?
We can put him on February 1st.
February 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse in Brooksville.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson? Hi, Mr. Thompson.
How you doing, Dave?
Hi. May I please have your date of birth?
9/24/1986.
Thank you. The charge for you today of trespass after warning. There's probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the Office of the Public Defender?
Man, at this time, I don't have money for an attorney, but the question I would like to ask is, I'm the owner and controller of that property, and I do not have trespassing warrant from that property, so I have the probable cause for that. So who gets to warn me not to come to my own property? If you look it up on the computer and see that I'm the owner and controller of that location.
Of the super discount beverage?
Yes, ma'am. And it's me and another business partner of mine, Christopher Ross. He's the actual owner, I am the controller. There's no trespassing warrant against me, period, so how would I ever be trespassed if I don't have a trespassing warrant?
Because according to the probable cause affidavit I received to review for today's purposes, it does say that Deputy Burke from the Hernando County Sheriff's Office issued a trespass warning.
No, the thing is, how could you do that? It's my property. I mean, you trespassed me from my own property.
That's probably something, if you'd like, I can appoint you an attorney and they can speak to you about that. But for today's purposes, based upon this probable cause affidavit, there's probable cause. So I'll go ahead and appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. May you please have his criminal history?
Yes, ma'am. He has a battery from earlier this year, an armed burglary conveyance from 2013, 10 burglary of a conveyances from 2008 to 2013, the damage of a coin-operated machine from 2012, battery from 2012, grand theft from 10, petty from 10, loitering and prowling from 09, resisting without violence and petty theft from 08, 2 paraphernalias between 05 and 07, or resisting without violence in 07, disorderly conduct in 06, and then between 2006 and 2013, he has 10 trespasses.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Thompson, I have an address for you on West Jefferson Street. Is that a good address?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived there?
I lived in Michigan my entire life, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have family in the area?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And whom does that family include?
My father, my sister, my grandmother, my brothers, sisters.
Are you currently working?
Yes, ma'am, I actually own my own business. The discount beverage, where I was trespassed from my own location. For absolutely no reason, completely illegal action. I don't understand what's going on, but I mean, that I'm being set up for something, people trying to kill me. I really don't, I mean, that's true, because I've been trespassed in the same location twice in this county jail, and I own it and control it.
Well, I'm going to keep your bond pursuant to the schedule at the $1,000.
Man, I actually don't have any money that I can send this bond out to, but I exceed probation on this. At this time, if you settle it today, it's like a year of probation on this.
I'm not inclined to take that today, so I'm gonna.
What did he ask for?
Are you asking for probation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking if that would be possible to do that today.
The offer.
Because I don't feel like my life is in danger in this kind of jail, to be honest.
I did make I had written down a today offer of 30 days, but given what he's indicated with respect to how that establishment is his, I think it would only make sense for the public defender to have an opportunity to research that to determine if that's true.
But then I'm still stuck here in this kind of jail and I have no one to.
I mean, if he owns the business he says he owns, he should have no trouble coming up with $100 for the bond.
I would encourage you to reach out to a bondsman. If you have any collateral of some sort, I'm sure they'll work with you.
If he owns the property, Judge, you should have no problem.
So I'm going to keep your bond at $1,000. Your court date's going to be February 1st at 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse. And someone from the Office of the Public Defender will be out to speak with you. Thank you so much.
I'll check on
Mr.
that.
Jackson,
I'm gonna check on that right in the court. See, it'd be simple to go with the property appraiser.
hi, yes sir. May I please have your date of birth?
01829.
Thank you so much. I have a violation of probation for you today out of Pasco County.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is a no bond that's associated with that. I'm going to keep the no bond, and I'm going to give Pasco County 5 days to come and get you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Skipper?
Yes, ma'am.
are you, sir?
I'm well, 12/19/1979.
Thank you so much. I have
Well-
today a contempt of court, a writ of bodily attachment for child support.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may ask you, what have you been up to?
Well, I lost my job just before Christmas. A little bit before that, I got myself in a little bit of trouble, so I'm on probation. But, I called my probation officer yesterday, explained to him that I had a warrant, and that I wanted to come to the jail and take care of it myself, in hopes that it wouldn't violate me. He told me that he had to talk to his supervisor. Him and his supervisor both told me multiple times they wouldn't violate me as long as I turned myself in. I informed him that I had a job interview yesterday at CMAX. He told me to go to that job interview and just tell him I can't start right away, and then come and turn myself in and tell you how much money I had to get out of it.
Okay. And if you had to, do you have any monies that you could pay towards this purge amount?
All I have is $100. I had $120 last night when I came to turn myself in, and the fuel light was on in the truck, so I had to put 20 in. So I have $100 to my name.
And were you incarcerated previously before this? You said you got into some trouble. Were you incarcerated for a period
Oh,
of
that
time?
was in, I believe, September or October, and I spent the night and then bought it out.
Okay. And have you
I
been?
am not currently incarcerated, no.
Okay.
Other than for this.
And you're currently on supervision?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you lose your employment?
The week before Christmas.
And you say you have a job at CMEX?
I went yesterday and I explained to them what I had to take care of, and the man's exact words were, "I don't see why I shouldn't hire you, go take care of your business and call me."
Okay.
So I assume that means I have a job.
So I am going to find that you are in willful violation, that you did have the ability to pay up until you lost that job. And so I'm going to order that you pay $100 cash purge and/or do 10 days in county jail.
But see, I had a job, but I was not being paid. For the last 3 to 4 weeks of my job, my boss would tell me that he'll have my pay on Friday, and then he would give me $150. And he was paying me cash under the table. I mean, I had employment, but it was not gainful employment.
Well, I find that you did have the ability to pay, and that the cash purge is $100 and/or 10 days in jail. Which means if you don't post the $100, you'll do the 10 days.
Okay.
Understood?
I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
All right. And so that's my ruling today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Jail, I also have for Mr. Barrios.
Yes, Your Honor. He is currently a red dot. He is in our confinement unit. Would you like us to go again?
No, sir, I don't believe that's necessary. I feel comfortable based upon that representation, waiving his appearance for today's purposes. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent him, though you may have conflict. Mr. Bauer, your office may have a conflict with Mr. Barrios. I'm going to set his bond at $500. And his court date on this is going to be January 25th at 9 a.m. in courtroom U at Judge Toner. Okay?
26th, Judge?
25th. Okay, Jill?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, please state your name.
Antonio Atkins.
All right, Mr. Atkins, let's see here. This is your arraignment. You've been charged by information with resisting without violence and trespass. I do see that the public defender has previously been appointed to represent you. Are we resolving the case today?
No, Your Honor, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
All right, your case will be set for a pretrial conference in Division 84 on
February 2nd at 8:45 in courtroom 4B.
Thank you. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiloh.
All right, is Marcelin your last name?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Marcelin, you've been charged by information with resisting without violence. Are we resolving this case today?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state, it's not here, was a withhold of adjudication, credit, time served, and Mr. Marceline would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Is he transient
Yeah.
for the court costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Marcelin, do you have any question about the rights you're giving up in exchange for your plea agreement?
I mean, like, I just knew that I was in the hospital when I was supposed to go to the case. I mean, go to court that one day.
Okay. All right, did you have the opportunity to go over this with your attorney, though? Did you have any more questions for her, or you're comfortable going forward?
Yes, like, what are y'all doing? Because I'm kind of confused.
You're confused? Okay.
Just a moment. Your Honor, I'm gonna wait, just to give him more time, because he's not getting out anyway. I see a criminal mischief he's being held at no bond, is what I saw. I don't know if you could see the same thing.
Since I just have him here on arraignments, I don't have his other.
Right?
It's a FT.
Yep, so it'll give him more time. I spoke with him briefly, but I just feel more comfortable if he has more time, since he can't bond out anyway.
Okay, all right. If you can talk to him, I'll be here tomorrow if we want to come back.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and give him a pretrial date, but if for any reason you want to work out both of them, the other one's a criminal mischief, MM?
Yes. I don't know if it's a MM or not. It's a CF? Okay, it's a CF.
Excuse me, can I plead guilty?
I think he needs more time here.
Yeah, you can't.
I don't want her to try to say something I didn't say, like.
No, she's not saying something you didn't say. It's just that you can't bond out on another case right now because you're here on another case and you were going to resolve this case, but you would still be here on the felony. And that'll give her more time to go over the form with you. We just want to make sure you understand everything completely. And because you're giving up important rights in exchange for your plea agreement, and it's more important that you fully understand it than we rush it. So that's all. And since we're not keeping you here any longer because of this, so that'll just give your attorney more time to talk to you and make sure that you're fully aware of everything that's going on.
So there's only 2 charges, no trespassing and criminal mischief?
Yeah, I don't know about the other case. The only case that you're set for today is the resisting an officer without violence. I don't have any details on the other case. You're not here in front of me on that other case.
One charge.
Just, you have other charges, but right now you're only in front of me on the resisting, and that's the only thing I have. I haven't looked up the other information because you weren't scheduled for that one today. All right, but we'll set you over for a pretrial conference in Division 84 on,
February 2nd at 8:45 in courtroom 4A.
all right, thank you, sir. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Hello, my name is James Joseph Tomko.
All right,
T's and Thomas O's and Oscar, M's and Mary K's and Kangaroo Oscar.
Thank you. Mr. Tomko, you've been charged by information with an open container on public property. Are we resolving this case today?
No, there's an eval pending. I'm gonna enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, your case will be set for a pretrial, oh, he's already been in 60 days, though. And this is that's, he's already been incarcerated for 60 days on this charge. On an MO.
All I was doing was digging through the garbage can. You know, I was digging through the garbage
All right,
can.
sir, wait just a second. Let me stop you right there, because this is all being recorded, and you have an attorney, and I know you're just trying to explain it to me, but you may inadvertently admit some details of the crime that can be used against you by the state of Florida. So I just don't want you to inadvertently give testimony against yourself when that wasn't your intent.
And he, Your Honor, he has other charges.
Okay, so it's not just, he's
No,
not
it's
here.
not just this
Okay,
case.
okay. All right, well, we'll set you for a pretrial conference in Division 85 on,
February 20th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 4A.
all right, Mr. Tamako, please follow the officer out the blue door. Thank you.
The next date, okay?
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Charles de Guzman.
All right, Mr. de Guzman, does he qualify?
Yes.
All right, you do qualify. Are we going to resolve it, though? Guzman, trespass, graffiti junction?
Oh, the Guzman? Yes, Your Honor, we're gonna resolve.
Okay.
The offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 700 East Washington Street, and he would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor.
Does he qualify? Never mind. How many days? 2? I'm not going to appoint, so he doesn't get charged extra 50. All right, Mr. Guzman, do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up in exchange for your plea? Are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking? Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today? No. Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation? Yes, are you currently on probation for any other offense? No, ma'am. On the charge of trespass on property after warning, how do you plead?
No contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 1 day. I'm going to assess mandatory court costs, which I'll reduce to a civil judgment. I'm going to require that you not return to the graffiti junction located at 700 East Washington Street in Orlando, Florida. All right, thank you. They'll take your fingerprints and then follow them out the blue door.
Connor Phillips refused.
All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent him.
I'll waive, Your Honor.
All right, I'll set bond at $2,500 and require no contact, no return. And I'm not going to take any action on 2022 CF 1325 because it has not yet been filed on. All right, please state your name.
James.
Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, all right, this is a failure to appear warrant, and we're going to resolve the underlying trespass?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 65 East Main Street. There's also a cost of investigation in the amount of $163.75 to Apopka PD. And Mr. Johnson would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. Thank you.
And do we know how much time served?
And he didn't have an attorney on this case, Your Honor. I don't know why, but.
All right, Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up? Are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
You gotta say no.
No, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, ma'am.
You understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of trespass, how do you plead?
No contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 2 days. I'm going to assess mandatory court cost and cost of investigation of $163.75 to the Apopka Police Department. I'll reduce the monetary fines to a civil judgment, and I'm going to require that you not return to the CVS located at 65 East Main Street in Apopka, Florida.
Thank you.
All right, sir, please follow the officer out the blue door. Please state your name.
Patrick Monio.
All right, and does he qualify for a PD? All right, Mr. Manoy, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged on a warrant for battery, so a judge has previously found probable cause. I'll stay the bond at $10,000. No contact with the victim, no weapons, no firearms. If you have any, you must turn them over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gonzalez that we skipped is gonna be mental health.
All right, Gonzalez, Madeline Gonzalez, provisionally appoint the Office of the Public. Huh?
She had a PD form.
Oh, there was already, did she qualify? All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bonds, 1,000, count one, $150, count two.
What was it?
Now waive.
Mental health.
And I think mental health. All right, please state your name.
Greta Gallo.
Miss Gallo.
And Miss, the offer from the state to resolve Miss Gallo's case is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and Miss Gallo would like to accept and enter plea of no contest. Just on here.
Okay, hold on, I need to find a driving record.
It, yeah. So you can see the change. For your records.
All right, Ms. Gallo, while I wait for your driving record to come up, I do need to advise you that driving while license suspended is an enhanceable offense. If you receive 3 driving while license suspended in a 5-year period, your license can be revoked for 5 years as an habitual traffic offender. And after your second driving while license suspended, there is if it's charged properly, there's a mandatory 10-day jail time.
Yeah, so she's already H2O'd, Your Honor. So I'm trying to see which one is this one. You have the one that you've been revoked on. What is going on?
I'm showing this one's gonna HTO her.
Oh, really? That was the note that I saw with the.
Oh, never mind, there's another 2020, I missed that one. Oh, yeah, she's already HTO'd. Yeah, so your license is already revoked as an habitual traffic offender. And now this will be, so you'll have another 5-year period because yours goes back to 2019, but it's a rolling 5-year period, so this is just gonna make it even longer before you get a license. All right, Ms. Gallo, do you have any questions about the rights that you're giving up in exchange for your plea?
Just a moment. Oh, you have. Mm-mm. No, this is the second one. The 2,500 one. You still have the no bond.
He was working on the no bond once you get the bond rate.
Okay, that hasn't happened. Yeah. So you don't-
I don't understand what you mean when you say the right. Why,
No, she's not going home. She went accept the free offer. So, Your Honor, it's going to add the additional 5 years. She has an open driving while license suspended as well on top of this case. Because it's being held at no bond as well,
Yeah, the 5 years is gonna keep.
it's going to and I didn't know
Yeah.
that. So,
It started in 2019, well, her third one. Guilty.
That was a purpose.
So it looks like
because you got two open right now.
the HTO started in 2020, but then she picked up another one after being HTO'd.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's the one that she's pleading on or not. I don't know if it's the same one. I don't even know how this is a misdemeanor, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I think it's best that we wait to resolve, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I will enter plea of not guilty.
Okay, it'll be set for a pretrial conference in Division 82.
It'll be February 16th at 8:30 in courtroom 9B.
They can explain it more in detail. That's why I didn't know it tackled on, so I was like, let me wait.
And yeah, it's a rolling 5 years, so like if you pick up more,
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to know. And she has, Ms. Clark has regional conflict counsel, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Ms. Clark, this is, it says it's unserved. Let me just double check.
And I looked it up. Let me see. Oh, that was the wrong one.
Yeah, I'm not showing that you've been served with the summons in this case, so I can't arraign you on it because you haven't properly been served unless you wanted to waive service, and then I can arraign you. But your attorney's not here to advise you, so never mind.
It's in, she doesn't have an attorney.
I thought you said she had a regional conflict.
Yeah, I was looking at her CF case. Your
Oh.
Honor. She also has a CF case, but there's an offer to resolve her case.
Okay, what's the offer?
Adjudication of guilt. You put seal cost of.
I copied it from someone else. It's cost of prosecution, court costs. Oh, there was no cost of prosecution. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So it's adjudication of guilt credit. Well, there's no credit time served either, right?
Yeah, because she hasn't been served. There's no time served, but.
If she gets out,
Do you
it
care?
doesn't matter. No, I do not.
Okay. So it'll be an adjudication, no return to the Walmart located at 1700 South Orange Blossom Trail.
Sorry, there's always a cost of prosecution. Never mind, that's.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know. Let me see who's next. Your Honor, if we could step back while I talk to her, because on the next case, I'm just gonna enter a plea of not guilty, just so I don't hold everything up.
Okay, on Gandy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Gandy will be, so you're going to plead not guilty, and it'll be set for a PTC in front of, in Division 82.
Oh, no, not Gandy, excuse me, it's Figueroa, Your Honor. Figueroa Christopher, the battery. That's who we have next.
No, I don't have that one. Did I give you 2 pieces of paper?
So he should have been released. Something else holding him?
No,
Yeah. He has parole at no bond, then there's a battery charge that's holding him, but it does have a bond of 2,500, and he also has a criminal mischief, and that has a bond of 500.
Speak, Your Honor.
What was he gonna be here for an arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Figueroa, you were scheduled for an in-jail arraignment on the battery domestic violence case, but yesterday, the state filed a no information, which means it says from the investigation which has been made, it is the opinion of the writer that this case is not suitable for prosecution. This action is taken to clear the records and release the subject's bond, if any has been posted, responsive to the above charge. If in custody, the defendant should be released on this charge. So the charge that you were scheduled to come before the court is now no longer necessary. I don't know what other charges you have. That's the only thing you were scheduled to be in front of me today.
So-
And so I don't have all your other records because you weren't scheduled for that.
So? My two charges is the same incident with the same young lady. Is this from the arrest on December 10th?
This is, let me tell you, December 11th.
Yes, ma'am. So they threw that case out.
On the one charge of battery domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if there were other charges.
No, that was it. That was the only charge that I was charged with. So that's thrown out.
That one has, yes, the state's not going forward on it.
All right, I appreciate it. So how would I get my bond reinstated on my new arrest?
Talk to did you have a PD assigned or do you have a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I have a PD.
Yeah, talk to your public defender and they can help you figure out what to do.
All right, I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna ask that it be resent back to this state for service, Your Honor. She has an open competency case.
Okay, we'll return to the state to perfect service.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, Ms. Clark, please follow the officer out the blue door. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Please step forward and state your name.
Gary Gandy.
And in Mr. Gandy's case, Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit, time served, and court costs. Yes, sir. Oh, you sign it. He's gonna accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Is it a no return to the park also? All right, that
State.
wasn't a condition.
I didn't have that.
No, okay. All right, Mr. Gandy, do you have any question about the rights you're giving up in exchange for your plea today? All right, is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea today?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No, I take seizure medication, Keppra.
Okay, and do you understand, sir, that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No.
On the charge of an open container in a public place, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 24 days in the Orange County Jail, and I'm going to assess mandatory court costs. As to the financial obligations, I'm going to reduce that to a civil judgment.
Okay.
Please follow the officer out the blue door. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, okay, go ahead. I'll put that in. Say your name.
Chad Jungworth.
And, Your Honor, in this particular case, we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty. They're working on a global offer.
All right, Mr. Jungworth, you've been charged by information with petty theft, So your case will be set for a pretrial conference in Division 84 on,
February 2nd at 8:45 in courtroom 4B.
Definitely. Yeah. No, they're already working on it. It should be sooner. Okay. You're welcome.
all right, please step forward and state your name.
Jeremy Morrison.
What happened to Juanita Miller?
Miller, Juanita. Oh, she's not in. Do you have her on there? I don't have my 33 sheet. It's over there.
An information was filed on 12/29.
It's a battery she's supposed to be here for.
Not for today.
Hmm? Do you have her on a 33-day motion list?
Not for today, no.
All right, moving on. Who do we have here?
Your Honor, well, in any event, I don't need her for the arraignment because it's a battery. The state's not gonna make an offer. I would just enter a plea of not guilty so she can go ahead and get a new court date.
All right, shall be set for a pretrial conference in Division 61.
It's gonna be February 3rd at 9:30 in courtroom 7C.
Thank you.
And may I have your name, please?
Jeremy Morrison.
Mr.
And,
Morrison.
I will, there's comp concerns in this case, Your Honor, so we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty.
You've been charged by information with petty theft. We will enter the plea of not guilty, and it'll be set for a pretrial conference in Division 62. And I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
It's gonna be February 9th at 1:30 in courtroom 12C.
I don't, have it.
All right, please step forward and state your name.
Lamb Wynn.
All right, Mr. Nguyen, you've been charged by information with petty theft of $100 or more and resisting merchandise recovery.
And the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 608 North Goldenrod Road. There's restitution to Wawa in the amount of $237.96. Mr. Nguyen would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Thank you. All right, sir, and I do have to inform you that petty theft is an enhanceable offense. If you're found guilty of 2 counts of 2 different occasions of petty theft and you commit another petty theft, it can be charged as a felony. All right, do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up in exchange for your plea?
Yes, I have another charge somewhere else. It says petty theft too.
All right, were you found guilty on that one?
I'm still waiting for arraignment.
Okay, well, so you got this one and then you get another one. If you're found guilty in both of those, which this one's an adjudication of guilt, if you commit another act of petty theft, the state can charge it as a felony.
Like another one in the future?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you keep being allergic to other people's property, then you're gonna get a felony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so, are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking
Now or then?
right now?
No, I
At
don't
this
have
moment?
any. I don't have any drug problem right now. Because
Okay.
I'm clean for sitting in here.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of petty theft and resisting merchandise recovery, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest on both counts. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty on both counts. I'm gonna sentence you to 39 days in the Orange County Jail and give you credit for time served of 39 days. I'm gonna require that you not return to the Wawa located at 608 North Goldenrod Road. I'm going to assess mandatory court cost and restitution in the amount of $237.96 payable to the Wawa. And state, we will need either a restitution order or the information for the clerk on where to send the payments. And Mr. Nguyen, as to the financial obligations, I'm gonna give you 1 year to pay that off.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
for any reason you're unable to pay it off within that time, you must report to the clerk's office to set up a payment plan. And please understand that any payments that you make will first go to restitution and then it will go to your court cost.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please follow the officer out the blue door.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, please state your name.
Brian Perez Cave.
And the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit, time served. And Mr. Cave would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Perez, are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No, Your Honor.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, Your Honor.
You understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, I understand.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of resisting an officer without violence, how do you plead?
Contest. No
I'll
contest.
accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 25 days and assess mandatory court costs. As to the financial obligations, I'll give you 1 year to pay that off. If for any reason you're unable to pay it off within that time, you must report to the clerk's office to set up a payment plan. All right, thank you. Please follow the officer out the blue door.
Mm-hmm.
All right, please state your name.
Timothy Baker.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just giving him a date, that's all. I just.
I had Joshua Rooks next.
Joshua Rooks.
Rooks.
Bonded, Your Honor.
Okay, and I had Edwin Soames, Soames.
Also bonded, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Baker, did he qualify? No, you said no? All right, you do not qualify for a public defender. You've been charged with possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I'll stay the bonds, $500 on count one, $100 on count two, and on your on-view parole violation, I'll set bond in the amount of none.
We don't.
You don't have to address that one.
He's on parole for, he's
Yes.
on probation for
He'll be
murder.
seen downtown, but it's not to be addressed in IA's.
Oh, we don't address it here?
No.
I think because it's parole as opposed to probation.
Probation, okay, I got it. Okay, never mind then. I'll just stay the bonds.
Well, it's manslaughter, they have it here. It says. He wants the court to know that he was never charged with murder.
Okay.
He was charged with manslaughter, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that.
There you go.
And also, says that I had says that I had what did she say? That I had
Your Honor, he would, He would like the public defender to be appointed. He stated when he filled out the affidavit, the information was incorrect. He put his first paycheck.
All right, I'll appoint the officer of the public defender.
All right, so there you go. No, call the attorney.
Please state your name.
Ruth Sherzard.
And sorry, can I get the pen, please? The offer from the state to resolve the trespass and the resisting an officer without violence is a withhold of adjudication, credit, time served, no return to 5156 Mustard Way.
I have Mustang Way.
Oh, Mustang, sorry.
That's okay.
I can't read my hand. And she would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. I'm sorry. She's not going home. No, she has a hold for Leon County. Mustang.
All right, ma'am. Are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
I believe so.
You think you're being forced?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. Then I can't accept your plea. I can't force you to enter a plea today. You have to enter the plea willingly and voluntarily. Do you not want to take a plea today?
Can I qualify for ROR?
No, ma'am. I'm not going to release you ROR. I was going to put on count 1 ROR and count 2 $500. That was going to be the bond that I was going to set today.
Okay.
0.
But I'm not even certain that you can bond out today because you have a hold for a Leon County warrant.
Okay. I've been homeless, out of my control. I also been.
Don't talk about that.
So I think that you were trying to explain to me some facts and circumstances that happened, which I appreciate, and I know a lot of people want to do that. I do have to advise you, though, that all of this is being recorded, and even though you might think you're just explaining what transpired, you could inadvertently admit some of the elements of the crime that you've been charged with, and the state can use that against you in the case. So I just want to caution you about that. So you're more than welcome to say something, but just know that you might accidentally give evidence against yourself that the state can use. All right, so we're not going to take your plea right now, is that correct? You want more time to think about it and decide what to do and make sure you fully understand everything?
Yes, because I have no understanding of anything. I feel like, yeah.
100%, I understand. All right, so I'll set bond and count 1 ROR, count 2 $500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please follow the officer out the blue door.
Your Honor, I'd still like a no return.
Oh, yeah, no return to 5156 Mustang Way.
Thank you.
Your Honor, DeBose refused.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bond in the amount of $250, require no return to the Walmart located at 1700 South Orange Blossom Trail. And I show that on both of the felonies, neither one of them have been filed on yet, so I won't take any action. All right, please state your name.
Christopher Lee Garcia.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you've been charged with resisting an officer without violence. I find probable cause, I'll stay the bond in the amount of $500 in case number 2022 CF 10285AO. I'm gonna revoke the bond and double it to 2,000. Oh,
There was actually an offer.
resolving it? Okay.
Yes, adjudication, credit time served. Mr. Garcia would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. And in exchange, he would ask that you take no action on the out on bond.
Okay. How much, is it 1 day or 2? All right, Mr. Garcia, are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, ma'am.
You understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of resisting an officer without violence, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 2 days. I'm going to assess mandatory court costs. Is your client transient or?
Ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll reduce to a civil judgment, and I'll take no action on the out on bond case since this was resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Irby, his behavior.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bond, or stay or set, I don't know, 1,000, count 1, count 2, $250, no return to 130 Park Lake. And I'm gonna revoke the ROR, and I'm gonna set bond on count 1 of $5,000, count 2, $150, and the count 3 was not charged in the info, it's just the 2 counts.
Sorry, Your Honor, can you repeat the bond amounts for the revoke?
Yes, $5,000 on burglary of occupied structure and $150 on the petty theft.
Thank you.
All right, please state your name.
Jessica Kendrick.
All right, Ms. Kendrick, you've been charged with petty theft of $100 or more and resisting merchandise recovery. She qualifies? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And I'm going to, because of the proximity of all these recent charges, I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $2,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, and require that you not return to the target located at 718 McGuire Boulevard. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Anthony Barrett.
Are we resolving Mr. Barrett's case today?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication and credit time served. Your Honor, could I get the case number? Because I don't get them on the city cases.
22.
2 days. Mr. Barrett. All right, Mr. Barrett, are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
No contact.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to withhold adjudication. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 2 days and assess mandatory court costs. As to the financial obligations, I'll reduce it to civil judgment. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Doe James, whose name is Graham Natalie, bonded.
Thank you.
Brenda.
Peterson Ryan is mental health.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
I have him reset for tomorrow, Your Honor. There was an offer to resolve the case.
Okay, all right, we'll just reset for tomorrow. And also, is he gonna plead out on that alcoholic beverage too? Because he's ROR on that one, so I could take care of both of them.
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, please state your
Your
name.
Honor. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Please state your name.
Your Honor, there was an offer to resolve the case. However, we do have a program that could potentially help him get his driver's license, so I didn't want to just plea. I would ask, Your Honor, he has nothing on his history. He lived here for over a year. No failures to appear. I would ask for an ROR on
Yeah,
this
he had a
case.
failure to appear yesterday. I issued a capias for him.
Oh, you did?
I'm gonna quash it, though.
Oh, I did not. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, I see the outstanding. He does have another.
Yeah, in a COE yesterday, he failed to appear, and I issued a capias.
Oh.
But it's okay. I'm quashing that capias because he was arrested, and they didn't know that he was arrested, so.
No. Okay, he doesn't know if he can afford it. That's what I was trying to prevent.
Yeah, and that's why if I was gonna, he has 2 days time served on that other one, and I was gonna let him plead to both of them today if he wanted to resolve both of them. Because they're the same, they were
Yep.
both no valids.
For the record, then, Your Honor, can you give me the other case number?
Yes, it's 2022 CT 1856 AW.
Thank you. He would like to do that, Your Honor. I missed that case number.
2022 CT 1856 AW. And what's the offer on this one?
A withhold credit time served, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, do you have any objection if I do that on both of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that case number you gave was for the other case, the one that you have, Your Honor?
Yeah, for COE.
Do you, on mine, it doesn't show a case number for this case. Can I get that?
Oh, I don't know, I don't have one either.
You have it?
23 CT 36 AW.
He'll accept it. It's a plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Azamula, are you under the influence today of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would impair your thinking?
No, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into these plea agreements today?
No.
You understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into these plea agreements will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense? All right, on both charges of driving, operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right, and so the PD was previously appointed in the 2022 CT 1856 AW, which is fine, we'll leave it. And I won't appoint the PD in the new one to save the $50. All right, so,
Let's see where they're appointed.
you
Oh,
weren't? In the other one either? Are you sure?
we're not? Okay, so then I would ask for no attorney fees, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, then I won't appoint him either one. I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm gonna withhold adjudication in both cases, and I'll give you credit for time served. In the 2022 CT 1856 AW, it's 2 days time served, and in the new 23 case, is it 2 or 1?
The old one is 1 day.
1 day?
And this new,
All right, on the new case, it's 2 days time served, and on the old case, it's 1 day time served. And I'll assess mandatory court costs in both cases. As to the financial obligations, I'm gonna give you 1 year to pay it off. If for any reason you're unable to pay it off within the year, you must report to the Orange County Clerk of Court to set up a payment plan. All right, thank you. Please follow the officer out the blue door. All right, please state your name.
Yuris Diana Perez Saracen.
All right, what happened to Florian?
Bonded.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. So this is a failure to appear, and the judge set the bond in the amount of $250. And I did look up your driving record, and this will be your third duelist, so it would be a revocation for 5 years.
And Your Honor, she has no attorney. Could you appoint us on the,
Yes, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender in the case.
thank you. So that's the bond. Take this. That's for the attorney.
All right, please step forward and state your name.
Michael Skinner.
All right, Mr. Skinner, this was a failure to appear, and the judge set bond in the amount of $750. Were you previously appointed, Ms. George? Do you know?
I think he has a private.
As a private attorney? Okay,
Can I ask a question? I mean,
ask her. All right, please. All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bonds, count 1, 1,000, count 2, 100. And he's on PTD. And with the new drug charges, but it hasn't been revoked yet. Will it automatically or?
No, Your Honor. What tends to happen is they'll refer to pretrial diversion, and then automatically everything else says that he's in PTD. He hasn't been accepted into the program.
Oh, he hasn't been accepted? Okay. Then I'll set bond in the 2022 CF 1814AO at $1,000.
Stating bonded, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, please state your name.
Wilfredo Balaguer.
All right, Mr. Balaguer, so this is a failure to register as required. I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000, and I'll require that you report to any sheriff's substation and register within 24 hours of your release from incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, please state your name.
Michael Burnett.
All right, Mr. Burnett, this is a failure to appear warrant, and the judge has set bond in the amount of $1,000. I'll stay the bond. Please follow the officer out the blue door. Hi, please state your name.
Say your name.
John Paul Caicedo Franco.
All right, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I find probable cause, stay the bond in the amount of $1,000.
Your Honor, Castaneda, refused.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bond in the amount of $1,000. So he is out on bond of the failure to report, and that bond is $5,000. State, would you be wanting me to revoke and double that one, or?
No, Your Honor.
No?
Just
Okay.
leave it as is. Take no action.
Okay, I'll take no action. And then the other one, the meth one, it hasn't been filed on yet.
What was the reason?
Refused.
All right, please step forward, state your name.
Dawson also refused, Your Honor.
All right, I'll provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender. I'll stay the bond in the amount of $1,000.
Benson bonded, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Garcia bonded also, Your Honor.
I didn't have a Garcia. All right, please state your name.
My name is Kelly Edward Gooden.
All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I find probable cause, I'll stay the bond in the amount of $1,000. I don't have Garcia. I don't have it. Who? Wasn't that their refusal that I stayed, I provisionally appointed the PD and stayed it?
What happened with Dawson and Dennis? Did you say those names? Dawson refused, Dennis bonded. Thank-
Okay, I don't do drugs. I'm out.
You said Garcia bonded?
Let me shut up.
Yes.
I didn't have any paperwork for Garcia. All right, please state your name.
Moses Green.
All right, Mr. Green,
Your Honor, he qualifies for PTR. I would ask for PTR on the,
yes, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, and I'll release you under PTR.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any conditions?
No. Please step forward and state your name.
Jeffrey Lee Hawk.
All right, Mr. Hawk, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. You've been charged with possession of methamphetamines. I'll stay the bond at 1,000. So, we got a couple things going on. I see that the 2022 CF 13780 hasn't been filed on, so I take no action. 2022 CF 12067 hasn't been filed on, so I'll take no action. And 2022 CF 45978, I'll revoke the bonds, and I'll set bond at count 1 of $4,000, count 2 $1,000, and I'll revoke the PTR in 2022 CT 2229AO and set bond in the amount of $2,000.
yes,
Please state your name.
William Lee Holyfield.
All right, Mr. Holyfield, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with failure to register as required. I'll set bond in the amount of $1,000 and require that you register within 24 hours of your release from incarceration.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Pharrell Isom.
All right, sir, you've been charged with aggravated assault with a firearm. Is that bondable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know why it was a warrant, they didn't put a bond. All right, I'll appoint, did he qualify? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I'll set bond in the amount of $10,000. Require no contact with the victim, that you possess no weapons or firearms. If you have any, you turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration.
Excuse me, can I ask why it's so high? I never had it that high.
Because that's what I thought was an appropriate bond.
All right.
Please step forward and state your name.
Tori Newman.
Newman. Isn't that who we just did? You do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I'll stay the bonds. It was count 1, 20,000, count 2, 50,000, count 3, 15,000.
Your Honor, just for the record, count 1 is 200,000.
Oh, okay, sorry. I left off a 0. All right, 200,000.
Your Honor, if you're gonna set count 1 at 200,000, I would ask that you consider treating count 2 and 3 as subsidiary. She has no other criminal history on her record.
What do you say about that?
Your Honor, she has trafficking amounts of these drugs. So first or last offense, I would ask that you keep the bonds as is.
All right, I'm gonna stay the bonds.
And count 3 was 15, Your Honor?
I believe so, yes.
Motion to get it reduced.
This person.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Newsom bonded.
Okay. Please state your name.
Terry Robinson.
All right, Mr. Robinson, does he
Okay.
qualify? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I'll stay the bonds. Count 1, 200,000, count 2, 50, count 3, I'll set it at 1,500, count 4, 500, count 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 250. And then on the 2022 CF 8248AO, it hasn't been filed on yet, so I won't take any action.
She's not, no.
Please step forward and state your name.
Schuler.
All right, Mr. Schuler, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I'm in charge of possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll stay the bonds, 1,000, count one, 500, count two. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Keith Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, is he qualified? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with trafficking in methamphetamines and possession of fentanyl. I'll stay the bonds, 200,000, count one, $150, count two. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Monty White.
All right, Mr. White, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with grand theft, third degree, possession of a firearm by convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm. I'll stay the bonds, 1,000, count one, 5,000, count two, 2,500, count three. And the 2023 CF, it just happened, it hasn't been filed on, I'm not gonna take any action on that one. All right. All right, we'll do the 33-day motions now.
Yes, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Gary Gangloff.
Denied, information was filed.
State of Florida versus Warren Barber.
22 CF 11935, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Randy Oliver.
22 CF 14010, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Jeremiah Shelton.
22 CF 14015, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Christopher Pierre.
22 CF 10390, granted, case was no billed.
State of Florida versus Heather Schnell.
22 CF 13748, granted, case was no billed.
State of Florida versus Billy Wright.
22 CF 14054, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Tidarius Preston.
22 CF 13414, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Richard Rodriguez.
22 CF 13932, granted, and information has not been filed.
State of Florida versus Jonathan Hernandez.
22 CF 14079, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Arthur Roebuck.
22 CF 14056, granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Alan Hallman.
22 CF 14101, a motion to extend the time was filed yesterday, Your Honor. I believe you should have that motion, and I presented the court with an order this morning, which I've also shown to defense.
State, do you have any, defense, do you have any argument against the motion?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll grant the motion to extend. And I'll deny the 33-day motion. All right, we're off the record.
Or release, however, his charge is coming in as kidnapping, false imprisonment, and kidnapping doesn't qualify, but in our system in IMS, it just says false imprisonment, which qualifies.
It was false. The charge on that case, if I'm not mistaken, is false imprisonment.
But
Yes,
on
it
the
is.
court order, it's saying kidnapping, false imprisonment. and that
As I
portion doesn't
explained
qualify.
to pretrial release, Your Honor, the chapter is titled kidnapping, false imprisonment, but the actual statute is just false imprisonment.
That was a DV case, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so, it's just false imprisonment, so he would still qualify.
Yes, but we have to change it, the verbiage in the court order in order for him to qualify.
Change it to what?
So on the court order, it's saying kidnapping, false imprisonment. It's not just saying false imprisonment.
Let me see a copy of the order that you're referring to, please.
I handed it.
What's his name? Let me see if it's already scanned in.
Your Honor, while you do that, may I approach the clerk, please?
You may.
And I was printing out the copy.
Tell me the name of the defendant again, I'm sorry.
First name is Dylan, last name is Cormier.
P? Spell it again?
Cormier.
Oh, I thought you said P. There you go. I crossed it out initially.
I think it's a full moon, I don't know.
Right?
It has to be.
Oh, okay.
The one that was really funny to me was the father who.
Now we're off the record. All right, Mr. Daly, you've been charged with battery by strangulation, domestic violence. Does he qualify?
Yes.
You do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. It doesn't appear that anyone is here to testify. I'm going to require that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm going to require that you not possess any weapons or firearms. If you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration. You're currently on PTR that's been revoked.
Your Honor, could I have one moment, please?
Yeah.
Okay. The offer that I saw was an adjudication and credit time served.
Your Honor, the reason that I brought him back from yesterday was because the state did make an offer on the resisting charge. He's
Okay.
out on bond with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. And Mr. Daly would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest. And Your Honor, I missed the bond on the battery by strangulation.
1,500.
Thank you. Signed it. And we are appointed, so.
All right, Mr. Daly, I'm holding up a plea agreement form. Do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up in exchange for the plea agreement?
No.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
I had to advise everybody of that. Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No.
On the charge of resisting an officer without violence, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served and assess mandatory court costs. As to the financial obligations, I'll give you 1 year to pay that off. If for any reason you're unable to pay it off, and within that time, you must report to the Orange County Clerk of Court to set up a payment plan.
How much time is it?
1 year. Oh, time, sir? I don't know. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Jamal Abraham, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
For the record, I represent Jamal Abraham. I'm Attorney Merrill Glover Gambles. He's here for a change of plea this morning, Your Honor. And the state has indicated that if he enters a plea of no contest, the state will recommend that he be adjudicated guilty, that he be sentenced to time served with credit for time served to Orange County Jail, and that he pay court costs.
How much time served?
I know he has at least 11 days, Your Honor. He's been here through the holidays. If I can approach.
You may. All right, Mr. Abraham, I do have to advise you, you're being adjudicated guilty of driving while license suspended. That's an enhanceable offense. If you receive 3 driving while license suspended in a 5-year period, your license can be revoked as an habitual traffic offender for 5 years. In addition, after the second one, it's a mandatory jail sentence of 10 days. All right, Mr. Abraham, do you have any questions about the rights you're giving up in exchange for your plea?
No, ma'am.
Is anybody forcing you to enter into this plea agreement today?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, entering into this plea agreement will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation for any other offense?
No, ma'am.
On the charge of driving while license suspended, how do you plead?
It has to be guilty or no contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your plea of no contest. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of the offense. I'm going to give you credit for time served of 11 days and, 17 days, and assess mandatory court costs. As to the financial obligations, I'm going to give you 1 year to pay that off. If for any reason you're unable to pay it off within that time, you must report to the clerk of the court to set up a payment plan. In addition, I reviewed your driving record. You have several unpaid violations. You can consolidate all of those into a payment plan so you can get properly licensed so you don't continue to get offenses.
Yes,
So that's something that if you go to the clerk of the court, it can be done.
Okay.
All right, please follow the officer out the blue door.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, you say you don't speak English? Okay, no problem. We can fix that. We got people to help you.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
All right, if you could put the headsets on the defendant, please. All right, the defendant has on the headsets, if you can make contact.
Sí. There is contact, Your Honor.
All right, please state your name.
¿Mi nombre real or mi nombre falsa?
My real name or my false name?
I think we should go with your real name.
Daniela Maria Tavares.
Daniela Maria Tavares.
Sí.
Okay, if somebody want to give me a fake name then, because I don't see this person.
Sí. Danielle Marie Harder. That's not my name.
Okay.
Daniel Marie Harbour.
Okay, all right. Does she qualify for a public defender?
didn't.
Pero yo quiero hablar solo, yo soy un abogado. En Nueva York yo tengo yo soy un doctora de ley. Yo tengo una carrera en Brooklyn.
But I want to say something. I am an attorney. In New York, I have a law degree.
Your Honor, she stated, the reason I reset it was because there was an offer to resolve the case. Ms. Harger stated she did not want to resolve the case and that she did not want a public defender.
All right, Ms. Harger, so do I understand that you do not want to be represented by a Florida attorney appointed by the court?
No, yo tengo mucho dolor acá. Yo tengo una víctima acá en este cárcel. Es muy, yo no tengo, yo me siento muy mal acá. Es injusto aquí, una víctima otra vez. En este cárcel yo tengo cicatriz muy grande. Yo tengo manchas de todo mi brazo. No es justo. And yo no tengo confianza.
Okay, all right,
nadie.
ma'am. This is a very limited proceeding. This is an initial appearance. You've been charged with trespass in a structure or conveyance and resisting an officer without violence. I'll set bond in the amount of $500 on count one, $150 on count two, and require that you not return to the in-town suite at 1951 Central Florida Parkway. And the judge who's assigned to your case will do an inquiry with you to make sure you're competent to represent yourself. All right, you may remove the headsets and follow the officer out the blue door. All right, thank you. That's all we had for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, Lassard is behavior.
Go ahead.
I reset Mr. Lassard for possible plea, Your Honor, but I will waive the appearance today.
All right, I'll stay the bond. What was it?
500.
Oh, here, we'll go down to, oh yeah, do 500. That's less than. Please state your name.
Terrell Karan Capers.
All right, Mr. Capers, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. You're here on two different cases. On case number 2022 CF 14430AO, it's a warrant, so a judge has previously found probable cause. I'll stay the bonds, count one, 500, count two, 1,000, count three, 500. You've also been charged with burglary of occupied dwelling, trespass in a structure, and battery, dating violence.
Your Honor, as to the trespass, I was gonna ask for an ROR. It's kind of confusing. Based on the affidavit, the officer stated there was a case earlier that day where he was trespassed. So I don't know if the case was already open, and they already charged him with the burglary of the occupied dwelling, so I don't.
That's the same charge? I didn't, since it was a warrant and then an arrest affidavit, I thought they were two separate, but it's the same charge?
No, it's in this affidavit, it's separate, but in the arrest affidavit where he got picked up for the burglary and the trespass, it just stated that earlier that day, there's a case number for a trespass that he was given. So.
Okay, but you said that the burglary of the occupied dwelling was already charged.
Oh, in that case, so they charged him with the burglary of the occupied dwelling. Usually trespass is the lesser included. However, that's why I'm asking for the ROR, because based on what I was reading, it appeared that he had already been charged with the trespass.
No.
I was confused.
No, I don't have another charge for the trespass.
Right. So he was trespassed, he was asked to leave before, so he was trespassed from the property. When he came back, that's when it became an offense.
Oh, okay. I get it. That's what I was confused about.
All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $5,000 on count one, $150 on count two, $150 on count three. I'll require that you maintain a separate residence, that you have no contact with the alleged victim. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm going to require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Dylan Cormier.
All right, Mr. Cormier, you do qualify for a public defender, so I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Ma'am, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Ashley Cormier, I'm his wife.
All right, Ms. Eugene, you may inquire of Ms. Cormier.
Good morning, ma'am. Just to confirm, you said that you are the defendant's wife?
Yes.
Do you live together?
Yes.
While this case is pending, do you want to continue living together?
Yes, especially for our 3 children who all have autism.
Okay. Has something like this happened before?
We got into a heated argument before, and this time around, I ended up taking off to go cool off to walk around the neighborhood, like I was told by my therapist before. And my grandmother ended up telling him, just give me some space.
So, I apologize. So this has happened before. Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
Oh, no, there's none of that at home because of the kids.
Okay, all right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cormier, your husband qualifies for PTR. That's a program that's run by the Orange County Corrections Department. If he's released under PTR, he has to comply with all of the terms of that program, including meeting face-to-face with the PTR officer on a regular basis. Would you have any objection to your husband participating in PTR?
No, as long as he can come back home to our children.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Cormier, is that something that you'd like to do, to be released under the PTR program?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll allow you to be released under the pretrial release program based on the testimony. I'm gonna allow you to continue to reside together. I am going to require that you have no hostile contact. I'm gonna require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration. And if DCF is involved in any way, I'm gonna require that you comply with any guidelines that they set forth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Cormier, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time this morning.
Oh, no problem. I did it for our children. It upset our 2-year-old yesterday.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Anna Hodge bonded.
Now, Mosine.
All right, does he qualify? Yes. All right, Mr. Mosine, you do qualify for a public defender, so I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged by a warrant, so a judge has already found probable cause. You've been charged with burglary of a conveyance, with assault, battery, aggravated battery on a pregnant person, domestic violence, and criminal mischief. I'll stay the bonds on count 1 and 3 at $5,000 and $150. It doesn't look like we have anybody here to testify about the domestic violence, so I'm going to require that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm going to require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and if you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration, and I'll set bond in the amount of $1,500 on count 2. Please step forward and state your name.
Michael Neal.
What?
Michael David Neal Jr.
What about Horace Paul?
That's next, Your Honor.
Oh, wait, did I just do the wrong one? Michael Neal.
That's who.
That's him.
That's Michael Neal.
This is Michael Neal.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. All right, so we have a couple things going on. Judge has issued a capias for your failure to appear in case number 2022 CF 2271AO and set the bond at none. And then you have new charges, grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle, and possession of meth. I'll stay the bonds at $1,150. And then you have another charge of battery, domestic violence by a warrant, so a judge has previously found probable cause. I don't see anybody here to testify. Does he qualify?
Yes.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender in all of the cases if they haven't previously been appointed. As to the domestic violence charge, I'll set bond in the amount of $1,500. I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm gonna require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door.
You can't get out. You have to. Oh, but yeah.
It's Horace Paul. Does he qualify?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right, please state your name.
Horace Paul.
All right, Mr. Paul, you do qualify for a public defender, so I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person, domestic violence. In the arrest affidavit, it states she's 9 weeks pregnant, but I don't see where it says he's aware of the pregnancy. Did I miss that, or?
It's not stated, Your Honor. However, as they live together and it is 9 weeks, it can be inferred that he knew that she was pregnant.
Okay. All right, I'll find probable cause. I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $1,500. There's no one here to testify, so I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm gonna require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, what was the bond amount?
1,500. Please step forward and state your name.
Ja'Cory Payne Blunt.
No. All right, sir, you do not qualify for a public defender. You've been charged by a warrant, so a judge has previously found probable cause, aggravated battery on a pregnant person, false imprisonment, and battery by strangulation, domestic violence. I'll stay the bonds on count 1 and 2 at $3,500 and $3,000. I don't see anybody here to testify. On count 3, I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $1,500. I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim. I'm gonna require that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm gonna require that you not possess any weapons or firearms. If you have any, you must turn them in to the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of your release from incarceration. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door. Please state your name. Please state your name.
Keith Bradley.
All right, Mr. Bradley, you do qualify for a public defender, so I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with battery, domestic violence. Ma'am, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Leela Bradley.
You're a real soft speaker. I'm sorry, I barely hear you.
Leela Bradley.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bradley. Ms. Eugene, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am. How do you know the defendant?
He's my ex-husband.
Just
He's my ex-husband.
thank you. I have to ask, do you live together?
No.
While this case is pending, do you want to have contact with him?
Sure.
Okay. Has something like this happened before?
No.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Bradley, Mr. Bradley does qualify for the PTR program That's the program that's run by the Orange County Corrections Department, where it allows a defendant to be released from jail, but they have to comply with all the requirements of the program, including meeting face-to-face with the PTR officer on a regular basis. Would you have any objection to him participating in that program?
No.
All right, Mr. Bradley, would you like to be released under the PTR program?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll order pretrial release, and based on the testimony of Ms. Bradley, I will allow you to have contact. You don't live together, so that's not an issue, but you can't have hostile contact, so no verbal altercations or physical altercations. And I'll require that you not possess any weapons or firearms. If you have any, you must turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. All right, Ms. Bradley, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
So the warrant had no contact and no.
Yeah. All right, please state your name.
Samantha Donahue.
All right, Ms. Donahue, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with battery, domestic violence. Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Neely?
I'm sorry, a little louder.
Michael Neely?
All right, Ms. Eugene, you may inquire, Mr. Muley.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How do you know the defendant?
She's my wife.
Do you live together?
Yes, ma'am.
While this case is pending, do you want to continue living together?
Yes, ma'am.
Has something like this happened before?
No, ma'am.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
Yes, and can I make a statement to that?
Certainly.
The incident that happened after an assault that she suffered. Alcohol was involved, but I also believe drugs might have been involved, and not by her choosing. She might have been drugged.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $1,500. Based on the testimony, I'm going to allow you to continue to reside together. Just order that you not have any hostile contact. I do see in the report that you have a minor child, but it's not shared with your husband. If DCF is involved, I'm gonna require that you comply with any requirements of DCF. And given that alcohol was involved, I'm gonna require that you not consume any alcohol or drugs that have not been prescribed to you by your doctor. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door. Sir, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please step forward and state your name.
Name is Julio Etienne.
All right, Mr. Etienne, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Ma'am, if you'll please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Navi Lockhart.
Thank you, Ms. Longhart. You can put your hand down. Ms. Eugene, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. How do you know the defendant?
It's my boyfriend.
Do you live together?
Yes.
While this case is pending, do you want to continue living together?
Yes.
Has something like this happened before?
No.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell me which one?
Alcohol.
I'm sorry?
Alcohol.
Okay. And you are not from Florida, correct?
No.
When are you returning to, is it Ohio?
Yeah, we're supposed to return today.
Okay. In Ohio, do you live together?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $1,500. Based on the testimony, I'm going to allow you to continue to reside together. You just can't have any hostile contact. I'm going to require that you not possess any weapons or firearms. And if you have any here in Florida, you need to turn them in before you leave. And if you own any in Ohio, you need to turn them in within 24 hours of your release to Ohio. It's important that you stay in contact with the Office of the Public Defender. They can inform you about what's happening in your case, and they can waive your appearance as long as you're in contact with them for some of the preliminary matters that will happen in the Florida courts. So it's critical that you stay in contact with them.
And, Your Honor, in the order, could you put he is allowed to return home?
yes, that you are allowed to return to Ohio. All right, ma'am, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your time this morning.
That's the attorney's number. You can bond.
Please step forward and state your name.
My name is Ramses Quesada.
Do you qualify? Yes. All right, Mr. Casada, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You've been charged with battery, domestic violence. I don't see anybody here to testify. I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $1,500. I'm gonna, well, he does qualify for PTR. Is that something that you'd like to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll release you under PTR. You have to comply with all of the requirements of the pretrial release program, including meeting face-to-face with an officer on a regular basis. I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim. This is important. Listen, Mr. Casada, I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim. In the arrest affidavit, it says you live together. I'm gonna require that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I'm gonna require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door. All right, please step forward and state your name.
It's Levon Sheffield.
Mr. Sheffield, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I don't have anybody here. I know it was very brief, but I think it's sufficient.
Yes.
I'll set bond in the amount of $1,500. I'm gonna require that you have no contact with the victim, that you maintain a separate residence. You may return one time in the presence of law enforcement officers to retrieve your personal belongings. I require that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that if you have any, you must turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. Please follow the officer out the blue door. All right, please state your name.
Briante Smith.
All right, and Ms. Smith, you do not qualify for a public defender, so I'm not going to be able to appoint one to represent you. It looks like we have someone coming to testify. All right, sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Omario Matherson.
All right, sir, you may put your hand down. Thank you. All right, Ms. Eugene, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. How do you know the defendant?
She's my wife.
Do you live together?
Yes.
While this case is pending, do you want to continue living together?
Yes, ma'am.
Has something like this happened before?
No, ma'am.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
No, it wasn't, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, I'm gonna set bond in the amount of $1,500. Based on the testimony, I'm going to allow you to have.
Her eighth is cleared. She qualifies for pretrial.
Oh, you do? Okay. So you now qualify for pretrial release. That's the program that's run by the Orange County Department of Corrections, where you have to comply with the requirements of the program, including meeting face-to-face with a PTR officer on a regular basis. And that's in lieu of a monetary bond. Would you like to be released under that program?
Yes, please.
Do you have any objection if she participates in that program, sir?
If she wants to, she can.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If she wants to, she may.
Okay. All right, so I'll allow you to be released under PTR, no hostile contact, no weapons or firearms. If you have any, you must turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. And I see that your husband had a child with him. If DCF is involved, you must comply with any requirements set forth by the department. All right, please step through the door. Thank you for your time this morning, sir. I appreciate you coming in.
You're welcome.
Please state your name.
Gerson Valadares.
All right, Mr. Valadares, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. All right, and if you folks will please raise your right hands to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Gabriel Valadares.
All right, Ms. Eugene, you may inquire, Mr. Valadares.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
How do you know the defendant?
My son.
Do you live together?
Yes,
While this case is pending, would you like to continue living together?
for sure. We have a loving relationship.
Has something like this happened before?
No,
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
he and I had never tasted alcohol nor beer nor any liquor because that's how we live.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Valadares does qualify for pretrial release. That's the program that's run by the Department of Corrections. It's in lieu of posting a monetary bond, he can be released from jail under the program. He has to comply with all of the requirements of the program, including meeting face-to-face with the PTR officer on a regular basis. Would you have any objection to him participating in that program?
I don't exactly understand how that program works.
It's a pretrial release program, so it allows him to be released from jail, and under that program, he has to comply with everything that they require. He can't get any new law offenses, he can't commit any new crimes, and he has to do other things, including meeting face-to-face with the pretrial release officer on a regular basis.
He's a full-time student at UCF. Are there different times and options for him to?
Yeah, I don't know. What I can do is I'll set bond, I'll do PTR and a $1,500 bond, and then, so if he can't with his schedule, if he can't with his school schedule, meet with the PTR officer at the times that they're available, then he can post the bond. He can find out, he can meet with the PTR program before he's released, and then that way, if it's an issue, then he can post the bond instead.
May I say something?
All right, and I'll require no hostile contact, no weapons or firearms, and then if you have any, you must turn them into the Orange County Sheriff's Office within 24 hours of release from incarceration. Yeah.
So are you doing bond and or bond or?
Or.
Okay.
Bond or. Yes, Mr. Valadares, you wanted to say something?
Yes, the reason that I am here is to testify that there is no case. What I'm saying is, I called the Apopka Police Department because we had an altercation. And they transferred to another department from the county. So two people that were not welcome in my house showed up there from the family, something serious, sorry. And I called their boss, Mr. Anderson, complaining for the way it was handled, because they assume what they call battery, but that never happened. My son and I had an altercation, we grabbed each other, I hurt myself into something sharp. Here I shaved the eyebrow, so you can see, this is it.
That's a battery, sir. So, but whenever you call law enforcement, that puts a chain of reactions, and they have to do things. But the state attorney's office is going to give you a card and a number to call, and you can talk to the state attorney who's assigned to the case and get some additional information and let them know if you don't want to pursue it further. But once you call law enforcement, sir, they're obligated to do things. Domestic violence is a serious offense, and it can rapidly escalate, and law enforcement has to take it serious.
Your Honor, I realize that. I understand what you're saying. What happened in this case can never compare to that. My son, first of all, is an overachiever. He has an award from President Obama, another award from President Trump. He's an outstanding student. He's a loving kid. He doesn't use foul language. We have a great relationship. We had an altercation, and the deputy that was there was escalating. He wanted to enlarge the case. In this case, he said, well, he's crushed your forehead. No, he didn't. Because I was holding him, he was holding me, and he eats his nails. He doesn't even have nails. So I am here to testify that the escalation that he didn't give me a card, I don't know the names of the people that went to my house, was not handled properly. This should never happen. I called the Apopka Police Department because we had an altercation, and I thought they're gonna give him some sort of warning, like a warning ticket.
No, but no, sir.
We
there's no
have a
such-
lovely relationship. We don't have problems.
Oh, well, clearly you did because you just described a classic battery. But the state, you can talk to the state attorney who is assigned to the case, and they'll be able to do more with you. Right now, at this limited proceeding, it's not up to me to go into the facts of the case. That's the judge who's assigned to the case. At this very limited proceeding, this is an initial appearance after a person's been arrested, and it's for the purpose of finding probable cause and setting a bond and conditions of release, which I have done, and that's all that this particular court appearance is for. But you have the contact information for the state attorney who's assigned the case, and you can discuss it more with them and their victim representative.
I was given a book. That's all I was given.
All right, Ms. Eugene, do you have a card for your office?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I
Yes,
am
sir.
after a way to dismiss this case.
That you'll have to talk to the state attorney about it. I can't do it,
Because
that's
in
what
all
I'm saying, I
fairness,
can't do it
this
at
is what needs to
this
happen.
stage. Okay, all right, she'll give you the card.
And just so you know, he preferred the bond, so he chose the bond amount. Just, he wanted you to let him know. He wanted me to let you know so you can
Thank you.
help him bond out.
Okay, thank you. Please follow the officer at the blue door. I appreciate your time today,
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Valdez.
Thank you, Your
If you'll
Honor.
Please, what?
It's been locked, so you have to open the door.
There is no way to press it.
Not that.
It broke.
I don't want to do an alarm. Got it? All right, sir, please state your name.
Morning. My name is Kadarius Butler.
Does Mr. Butler qualify? Oh, I don't, it's not though. It says, the arrest affidavit says Orange County. Why does it say out of county?
It's
Yes,
an
I got-
over-the-line arrest.
Oh,
It
okay,
happened in
Longwood,
Seminole.
it was over the line in
Yes.
Seminole County?
Yes.
Okay, all right, well, I read the arrest affidavit and, then I'll stay the bonds at 5,000 count one, 1,000 count two. And I'm not gonna take any action on 2022 CF 11881AO because it hasn't been filed on yet. All right, please follow the officer out the blue door. Please state your name.
Is that right?
All right, Mr. Wright, I reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. You've been charged with attempted burglary of occupied structure, attempted possession of burglary tools. I'll stay the bonds in the amount of 5,000, count one, 1,000, count two.
Oh, because it's out
Please
of
set-
county. Are you appointed? No, because,
No, because out of
Okay.
county. Please state your name.
no, they're not appointed.
All right, Mr. Hutchins, so this is, you're here today, Judge Strobridge has, issued a warrant for a violation of probation and set bond in the amount of none. And I see that you already have the PD, do you know if they've been appointed for the VOP, or do I need to reappoint?
Reappoint.
Okay, all right, and sir, would you like the Public Defender's Office to continue to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender for the VOP. All right, please state your name.
Right, polite.
All right, Mr. Polite, this is a violation of probation warrant by Judge Bleckman. He set bond in the amount of none. I do see that you had a public defender in the main case. Would you like the Public Defender's Office to represent you in the VOP?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender for the VOP. All right, please step forward and state your name.
Janarius Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, does he qualify? You do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on the new charge and on-view violation of probation. The new charge is possession of weapon or ammo by gang-related felon. I'll stay the bond in the amount of $5,000. On the on-view VOP, I'll set bond in the amount of none.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name.
I know what.
All right, Mr. White, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in the new law violations and the on-view violation of probation. The new law violations are trafficking in heroin, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, deliver, possession of meth with intent. I'll stay the bonds. They were 100,000 count 1, 7,500 count 2, 2,500 count 3. And for the on-view VOP, I'll set bond in the amount of none. Please follow the officer out the blue door. Please step forward and state your name.
Leslie Hammer.
Mr. Hammer, you do qualify for a public defender. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in the VOP. I'll stay the bond at none. All right. We
Your
have a
Honor?
few.
We would usually do the 33-day motions. Now, if possible, can we roll it to the second session? There are just a few issues I need to resolve.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, anything else we need to address? All right, we'll go off the record.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please. Are you Mr. Moore?
Marquez Moore.
Hi, Mr. Moore. Sir, you are here in 23 MM55. You were arrested for battery. I do find that there's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. Do you live with Mr. Nunez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are going to need to maintain a separate residence, but you can go back one time with the police to get your things, and you can't possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bond is set at $500, and I'm not gonna take any action on the out on bond cases. All right? Thank you. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Christian Pinedo.
All right, sir, you're here in 23 MM66. You were arrested for battery. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, you're not to have any contact with the victim. You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms. Were you staying at the Orange Lake Resort?
No, I was there for an interview, but I got into an altercation.
Okay, you don't have to tell me about the case. I just wondered if you need to go back to Orange Lake for any reason.
Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you not return to Orange Lake. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Did Mr. Prieto qualify for PTR?
No, he is actually out on pretrial diversion in case number 21CT147AA.
Oh, I didn't have that information. Well, I'll take no action on the PTR case, or the PTD case. Bond will be set at $500, sir. Thank you. No, 500. My sheets are here. Mr. Moore. Good afternoon, your name?
Jeremiah Rawls.
Mr. Rawls, sir, you are here in 23 MM84. You were arrested for resisting officer without violence. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to need to contact the public defender's office within 24 hours of your release.
Yes, ma'am.
And there'll be, should be a court date that you're given when you leave the jail, and you'll need to make sure you appear at that court date.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Your name?
Jericho Redden.
Miss Redding, this is 23MM58. You were arrested for petty theft. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You can't go back to the 7-Eleven on North Pine Hills Road. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Your bond in that case, ma'am, is $500, and I'm going to take no action on the out on bond cases.
Okay, is that 10% of $500?
Your bond is $500.
Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
Your Honor, you take his Burton reviews.
Mr. Burton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is count one an F1 PBL?
Yes, Your Honor. Given that it is a PBL, state's requesting that he remain no bond pending an Arthur hearing downtown.
Okay. Do you want to appoint and waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that is DeCavius Burton, 22 CF 15049. He was arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant. All bonds will remain the same.
Your Honor, state we just asked for a no return and no contact.
Yes. And all right. Even though it says count one may be set by first appearance, Judge, I'm not going to do that today. But no contact with the victim and no return to scene. I didn't, it was pursuant to a warrant. Thank you. Mr. Clayton? Sir, good afternoon. You were arrested in 23 CF 83 for burglary of an occupied structure, grand theft, criminal mischief, and burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. I do find that there is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Your bond as to count one is going to be $3,500. Bond on count two is $150. Bond on count three is $150. Bond on count four is $150. You're not to return to the scene or have any contact with any alleged victims. And I am revoking the bond in 22 CF 14705. That bond will be set at none.
And on the out on bond, could you appoint us, because he doesn't have an attorney?
Sure.
Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
welcome.
I got a question.
Yes, Mr. Clayton.
I was supposed to have my mental health evaluation on Monday.
Okay. So you're gonna wanna get in touch with,
Do you have the PD? Because I didn't see any attorney.
I'm not sure. Like,
Yeah, I didn't see one listed there.
Mr. Clayton, who was your evaluation with?
it was on the outsides with some company. My mom, she
Your mom
told me
set
that
it up?
yesterday. Yeah, she told me that yesterday, and she said they won't have available spots until the summer.
So the public defender's office has folks who will be able to help you out with that, and I'm sure they can get in contact with your mom and figure out who she was working with so that they can try to come up with another plan while you're waiting, okay?
Okay, and you said no bond on
On the grand theft that you were just arrested on back on the 20th of December, okay? Thank you, sir.
when would I have court on that one?
I'm not sure.
You call the attorney. I circled it.
Okay.
They'll be able to help you.
Are you Miss Mann?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're here in 22 CF 14890. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for aggravated battery with a weapon, battery on a person 65 years of age or older, and petty theft. Bond on count one is $2,500. Your ROR as to count two, and bond on count three is $100. You're not to have any contact with the victim, and you're not to return to the scene. I'm also going to add that you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, this is 17 CF 12282. You were arrested for failing to report after vacating a residence. Give me 1 second, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, can you tell me where you live?
Right now, I'm home.
How long have you been homeless?
Locked up 5 years right now.
Is there a spot you normally stay?
He's in DLC.
I thought you told me you're homeless.
He's incarcerated, right? Yeah, he's incarcerated, Your Honor. He has to return, the detainer, he has to go back to DLC after this court.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah, so
at
he's
this,
not.
okay, so Mr. Smith, I'm gonna leave your bond set at none, so you can go ahead and get this case resolved, and then they'll transfer you back to DOC.
Your
And
Honor,
Go ahead.
state would request that you set a bond since he's entitled to one.
Oh,
Setting,
yes, you're correct. Okay. I was thinking
I
something
understand
else
the
in my mind
purpose.
of what I was gonna do, but thank you. All right, I'll set bond at $1,000, sir. Thank you, Ms. Fleming. It's been a minute since I've been out here.
I understood the intent, but
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Timothy Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, you were here in 23 MM72. You were arrested for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender.
and Your Honor, state's gonna announce no info.
No info? Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, the state is not filing any charges on this possession of cannabis case, so it is over, it is done. And I'll take no action on your out on bond case. All right, sir. Thank you. So, yeah, that you can just put in the state filed a no information notice in that case.
I'm gonna file that right now, Madam Clerk.
In the out on bond, it's closed out in our system as no info as well.
Oh, okay. I'll take no action on our end for it. Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name. Mr. Edgerton, you are here in 23 MM69. You were arrested for resisting officer without violence.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Edgerton of an adjudication credit time served of 2 days.
Did you want to accept that offer, Mr. Edgerton? Yes. Okay.
He's going to enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Edgerton, did you read the plea form?
We went over the plea form, he didn't.
Okay. Do you have any questions about any, hold on one second. Ms. George, do you need to sign the plea forms?
No, because he's pleading, I don't want him to incur the extra cost.
Oh.
So usually I ask that we not appoint when it's just a pleadable. They're
Okay.
gonna resolve it.
Got it. All right, so Mr. Edgerton, do you have any questions about any of the rights you're giving up on the plea form? No. All right, are you currently on probation? No. Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, this will subject you to deportation? All right, do you have any questions about the agreement between yourself and the state? No. Okay, I'll accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You are gonna have to pay court costs. Those will be due by January, this day the 4th?
Yes, today.
January 4th of 2024, okay? You have a whole year to pay. So if you wanna pay every month, you can, or get stuff on a payment plan, but you have 1 year to pay the court costs. All right? Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, Ada Figueroa is mental health.
Is there an offer for Ms. Figueroa?
Yes, Your Honor, state was gonna announce no info.
So are you still doing that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so in 23 MM82, the state is entering a no information notice, so she will be released as to this case.
Daniel Harger is also mental health.
And in this case, Your Honor, could we reset for tomorrow? There's an offer to resolve the case.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you all normally do that on the misdemeanors? Okay, I just want to make, I'm not here tomorrow, so I just want to make sure that
Yes.
that's the general
If
thing.
there's an offer,
Okay.
then it's better than them sitting here.
I don't want them to say, you know, Judge Carter reset 25.
Oh, no.
It's okay. Okay. Mr. Harris?
It was RR.
Okay. I'm just gonna write on here. Okay. Mr. Keys? Hi, sir. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Keys?
Yes.
All right, this is 23MM79. You were arrested for battery. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. Your bond is set at $500. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go, sorry.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Said La Fortune.
Mr. LaFortune, this is 23MM75. You were arrested for petty theft of $100 or more.
And there is no offer at this time due to it being enhanceable.
Okay. Mr. LaFortune, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance as to this case. You cannot go back to the Macy's. And then you have a child support case, 10DR2845, and you've got, that's out of Osceola, and you've got a $1,000 bond on that case, sir. All right? Thank you. Hey, Mr. Love. Hi, sir. You're here in 23MM71. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia.
And
There is probable cause.
state's gonna announce a no info for Mr. Love as well.
So the state has announced that they are not going to be prosecuting you for this case. So you'll be released as to that case, and then I'll take no action on your out on bond cases, sir. You'll be released today. Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Lovett?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is 23MM61. You were arrested for trespass in a structure.
And state conveyed an offer of an adjudication, credit time served, no return to Mr. Lovett.
You'd like to accept it, is there?
All right. Mr. Lovett, do you have any questions about any of the rights on the plea form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation? Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation? All right, do you have any questions at all about the agreement? All right, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You are not to return to the Village on Mercy apartment complex. You'll have to pay court costs, and those are due by January 4th of 2024. All right? You'll be, if you don't have any other holds, you'll be released today. All right, take care, sir. Good afternoon. Are you Miss Hyatt Holder?
Hyatt Holder.
Hyatt Holder? This is 21MM6900. You failed to appear for pretrial back on November 15th of 2021. Is there an offer to resolve this case today?
Yes, Judge. State did convey an offer of an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Walmart located at 8101 South John Young Parkway.
And she would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, and this is our client, so I did sign, Your Honor.
Perfect, okay. Ms. Hyatt Holder, did you have any questions about the plea form? Are you on probation? Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation? All right, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to, don't know how many days.
Yeah, I don't. You have the? Oh, okay.
On January the 3rd.
Were you previously arrested in this case?
Previous arrested?
In the very beginning?
No.
No, okay, so I'll sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You will have to pay court costs, and those are gonna be due by January 4th of 2024. All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bleschner? Sir?
Raymond Dennis Belschner, ma'am.
Yes, sir. This is 23MO17. You were arrested for an open container.
And state the command offer of an adjudication credit time served.
That's what we talked about.
I got bared ears, ma'am. Please speak up.
Oh, okay. No problem.
That's the trick. I've used it before.
Thank you.
Mr. Bleschner, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good, okay. Do you have any questions about the plea form, sir?
I was hoping to get time served.
That's what the agreement is.
Good.
All right. Are you on probation? You're not on probation, okay. And are you a US citizen?
Am I what?
A US citizen?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I got a caseworker, his name is Joel Miller, trying to get me out of the streets.
That's lovely. My question though to you is, do you understand if you're not a US citizen, this plea would subject you to deportation? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm a citizen.
Okay, that was just my question. Okay. Well, Mr. Bleschner, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You've got credit for 2 days' time served. There are court costs, and those will need to be paid by January 4th of 2024. You'll be released today, sir.
Today, tonight?
Today.
Today. Bus ticket, go back to my sidewalk. That's all I'm looking for.
All right, I don't have any bus tickets to give out to you. You have to ask, someone downstairs maybe about that.
Okay.
All right?
It will be today, go back and sleep until they holler and say, get out of my jail.
That's right. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Luis Mario González Madán.
Tell me one more time.
Luis Mario González Madán.
Sir, this is 23MO18. You were arrested for open container. There was an offer for Mr. Gonzalez Madan.
Yes, an adjudication credit time served.
Your Honor, what was that?
23MO18.
He would like to accept an interplea of no contest, Your Honor.
Sir, did you have any questions about the plea form?
She's talking to you.
What'd you say?
Do you have any questions about the plea form?
The form you signed.
This form here that I'm holding that you signed?
Back to- You want to decide?
He said it and said straight to me. I was living the whole time.
I understand.
Can I have one more moment, Your Honor? 'Cause
Sure. He could also just go downtown and resolve his case at a later time.
No, I want to sit there over and I get time.
It's just that he was sleeping at the time, that's what he said. So can I just a moment?
Sure.
Okay, Your Honor, we're ready.
We're good. So, Mr. Gonzalez Padan, do you have any questions about the plea form?
No.
Are you on probation?
No.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, I do.
All right, sir. I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You've got credit for 2 days' time served. You'll have to pay court costs, which are due by January 4th of 2024. Thank you. You too, sir. Are you Mr. Martin? All right, Mr. Martin, you were arrested in 23 MO 19 for urinating in public. Was there an offer for Mr. Martin?
Yes, an adjudication, credit time served.
All right, Mr. Martin, did you want to accept the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions about the plea form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation? You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will result in your deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You'll have to pay your court costs by January 4th of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Phillips?
Bonded.
Bonded? Justin Yursum? Behavior.
I will waive, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. This is 23 MO 21 Justin Ursum. He was arrested for state misdemeanors, loitering and prowling. I'll appoint the public defender. I'll stay the bond at $250
The state would just ask for a no return.
and no return to the scene. Tiana? Okay, Miss Alexander. You were here in 23 CF 106. You were arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle with a mask and resisting officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
And Your Honor, their state would ask that you find PC for grand theft of a motor vehicle. As I don't believe there's a mask alleged within the affidavit.
Did you want to be heard at all, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor, we're in agreement.
Okay, so, there is probable cause for grand theft of a motor vehicle and resisting officer without violence. Your bond on count 1 is going to be 1,000. Your bond on count 2 is 150. You're not to return to the scene or have any contact with your co-defendants. Thank you, ma'am.
And Madam Clerk, the statute for just a grand theft motor vehicle is 812.014, sub 2, sub C, sub 6. 812.014, sub 2, sub C, sub 6. Grand theft motor vehicle.
You're welcome.
You, Mr. Alexis? All right, so just give me 1 minute.
What's the last name? Oh, no, we haven't gotten to that yet. No, we haven't gotten to him. But I don't have his affidavit. I just have his. I don't have his.
All right, sir. You were arrested in 22 CF 15040 pursuant to a warrant for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You are not to have any contact with the victims. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. Your bond is $2,500.
Thank you.
Thank you. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Happy New Year.
You as well.
Nice New Year at the jail.
Which case do you have?
Tron Coso, first name Ruben. Trying to pull it up right now so I can take a look at it, unless someone's got it.
Okay. Last name was Coso?
Tron Coso, Tron Coso. First name Ruben. It was set for one.
I don't have him. Would it have been this morning?
No,
he's
it's in
at
the
end of
felonies, Your
pile.
Honor.
It's where?
It's a T,
Oh,
Tron.
T.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Tron.
Got it. Okay, I'll set that to the side. Are you Mr. Brexton? All right, sir, good afternoon. This is 23 CF 119. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person and battery. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Mr. Brexton, you're not to have any contact with the victim, and you're not to return to the scene. You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms. Your bond on count 1 is $1,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. Thank you, sir.
10%. I believe it's like 2 something. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Antonisha Bush.
All right, Ms. Bush, just one second. Ms. Bush, you are here in 23 CF 96. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and threatening a public servant. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, ma'am.
Do you have any conditions while she's on pretrial?
Excuse me?
Any conditions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tell me your name, sir.
Darrell Chambers.
Mr. Chambers, you're here in 22 CF 13871. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for failing to register as required. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. I read that wrong. I do have to advise you that you have reporting requirements when you're released from the jail. But Mr. Chambers, tell me, where are you currently living?
3138 C.R. Smith Street. I came,
Do you have a job, Mr. Chambers?
yes, ma'am.
Where are you working?
Martin Breyer.
Where?
Martin Breyer.
Martin Pryor?
Breyer.
Briar?
Yes.
What is that?
And Briar, what's that?
It's a distribution for McDonald's. It's a warehouse job.
I see, okay. How long have you worked there?
I started November 14th.
All right. And how often do you get paid?
Every week.
How much do you make every week?
Roughly the most $8.15.
How much?
$815.
$815 per week, okay. Oh, thank you. Mr. Chambers, how long have you lived at your current address?
I've been there since November. I came from Melbourne, from Melbourne, Florida. I don't know.
You'd been in Florida previously?
No.
You were, I'm having a problem understanding you.
He
Were
said
you-
he used to live in Melbourne. He moved from Melbourne to here.
Do you have family here in Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's your family?
I stay with my dad at the address I reported, and most of my family members they around here in Rosemont area, Pine Hills area.
You have any kids?
Yes, I have 3.
Are they here in Orlando?
I have 1 down here and 2 in Georgia. That's where I'm from.
You're from Georgia? You have family in Georgia as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have any money in your savings account, in a savings account, Mr. Chambers?
No, ma'am.
Do you own any property? Do you own any property?
No, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Chambers, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. At this time, you need to contact your public defender within 24 hours of your release so that they have good contact information for you, and you must appear at your next court date. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Vincent Clerk.
Mr. Clerger, this is 23 CF 91. You were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond. On count one is going to be $1,500, bond on count two, 100, bond on count three, 100, and I'll take no action on the out on bond case. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Dixon? Sir, this is 23 CF 104. You were arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. I'm going to place you on pretrial release, sir.
Any conditions for him?
Thank you.
Any conditions for his pretrial, Your Honor?
No.
No.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chance to read it over.
Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Duran Enrique.
All right, Mr. Enrique, this is 23 CF 125. This one, I believe trafficking of cocaine with a firearm is a PBL. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I was looking into it, however, the drug statute's a little bit hazy. I thought it was just an F1, not a PBL, and the bond schedule has it as $500,000. So I do believe he is entitled.
I thought the firearm
Enhances.
but
Usually trafficking is an F1 and then a firearm enhances to a PBL. But when I was looking at it, it's not what I saw. However, I may be
Are you
incorrect.
objecting to the court setting a bond?
No.
Okay. Right.
However, Your Honor, given the amount, it was allegedly 1,099 grams. And the firearm, state would be asking for obviously a higher bond due to the level and the amount of drugs.
Well, let me ask Ms. George this. Ms. George, would you prefer the court to not hold a bond hearing at this time? And then you can have that set downtown. I don't know how much information you have to provide to the court right now regarding his ability to post the bond.
No, Your Honor, I would ask that you set a bond. I don't have that information. However,
Just set it on the affidavit.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Fleming, the schedule's 500.
Yes.
So at this time, based upon the information that I do have, I am going to set the bond according to the schedule, and then Ms. George, your office can file a bond motion in the division. I am going to leave it at the bond schedule of the 500,000 as to count one. I will reduce as to count two to the subsidiary bond of 150 on count two and on count three will be 100.
How much count?
Count one is 500,000. Sir, you're not to possess any weapons or firearms, and you're not to possess or consume any controlled substances. Thank you. Ma'am, good afternoon. Tell me your name. Ms. Folks, this is 23 CF 102. You were arrested for neglect of a child. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Bond is set at $1,000, and I'm going to order that you are to abide by any DCF requests or recommendations, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Franklin? All right, Mr. Franklin, this is 23 CF 98. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time. You need to contact your lawyer within 24 hours of your release and appear at your next court date.
That's it.
Your Honor, Monica Garcia bonded.
Okay. Are you Mr. Hepburn? Yes. Mr. Hepburn, you are here in 22 CF 14990. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for burglary of a conveyance, petty theft, and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return to the scene or have any contact with any witnesses. Your bond on count 1 is 1,000. Your bond on count 2 is 150. Your bond on count 3 is 150, sir.
You said it was a probable cause warrant?
Right.
All right.
Demetrius Johnson refused.
I will waive, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, this is 23 CF 111. Mr. Johnson was arrested for possession of cocaine, resisting officer without violence, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bond on count 1 is 500. Bond on count 2 is 100. Bond on count 3 is 100. Good afternoon, sir. Are you Mr. Little? Mr. Little, this is 23 CF 114. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to release you, sir. However, you need to contact your lawyer within 24 hours and appear at your next court date. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Latoya Renee Manning.
Ms. Manning, you were here in 22 CF 15034. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for petty theft with 2 prior convictions, 2 counts, and using an anti-shoplifting device. Bond on count 1 is 500. Bond on counts 2 and 3 is 100. And you're not to return to the scene. I'm not going to revoke the bond on the out on bond because the date of arrest is the same date that's in the,
Yes, it was closed out in trick error.
it was what?
It was already closed out, so you don't have to address it.
Oh, okay. I had the gold sheet, so, in any event, it was the same date. So ma'am, you just have the bonds on the arrest case, which was 500, 100, and 100.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say no action. I was given a gold form, so.
Avanya McLean, she refused.
I will waive, Your Honor.
All right. That's 23 CF 107. I'll appoint the public defender. Bond is 500. Are you Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. O'Brien, just give me a second. All right, Mr. O'Brien, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for aggravated assault with a firearm. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim, and you're not to possess any weapons. Mr. O'Brien, your bond's $2,500, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How much did you say, Your Honor?
2,500?
Thank you, yeah.
You're welcome, sir. Are you Mr. Pierre? Yes. All right, sir. You are here in 23 CF 113. You were arrested for possession of a weapon or ammunition by a felon or delinquent, possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, and possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams with a weapon. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is going to be $3,500. Bond on count 2 is $150. Bond on count 3 is $150. And I'm going to revoke the bond in 22 CF 299. That's going to be set at none. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Jesus Reynoso bonded.
Are you Kendra Richards? All right, Miss Richards. You are here in 23 CF 110. You were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of meth, and possession of a controlled substance. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, ma'am. Your bond on count 1 is $1,000. Your bond on count 2 is $150. Your bond on count 3 is $150. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms, ma'am.
I thought does she not qualify?
Qualifies.
Huh?
Qualifies.
Oh, Your Honor, she qualifies for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release.
State has no objection.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I just gotta, I'm behind. All right, Ms. Richards, in lieu of bond, I will place you on pretrial release.
Any conditions, Your Honor?
No weapons or firearms. You understand? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Are you Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Robinson. Ma'am, you are here in 23 CF 97. You were arrested for driving while license suspended, third or subsequent violation. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond is going to be $500, but I am revoking the bond in 22 CF 8468. That's going to be set at none. Thank you.
So I won't be able to bond out?
No, not today. $500.
I will waive, Your Honor.
So that one is 23 CF 1117, I'm sorry, 23 CF 117. She was arrested for attempted burglary of a conveyance. There's probable cause. I'm appointing the public defender. Bond is $1,000, but bond is revoked on 22 CF 7488, and that'll be set at none. Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name. All right. Good afternoon.
That's Ruben Troncoso.
Yes. All right, so we are here in 22 CF 14381. This was an arrest pursuant to a probable cause warrant for robbery with a firearm, aggravated battery with a firearm, and grand theft third degree. He's entitled to a bond on count 2. Bond is set on count 3 at 5,000. Count 1 is a PBL, and according to the new Troutman case, that has to be set downtown.
I've noticed that you did that previously as well, so I realize that that's what's going on now, is that you're just sending them downtown, so.
It's interesting because when I was out here a few years ago,
I'll just say a while ago.
it's been a while, but that case hadn't come out. It happened while we were out here, so my interpretation of the Constitution is different than that case, and so I did it differently when I was here. And Judge Wish was the other judge here at the time, and we shared the same view, and we watched the Troutman case, we watched the oral arguments, we watched up at the Supreme Court, and then they disagreed.
Actually watch it?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I know, it's a very small, like nuanced issue, but anyway, they didn't agree, and they said that the Constitution does not require that to be made at the first appearance, and that it's to be set at a later date. So I'm following the rule.
I understand. There's not much, there's all kinds of little unusual blips in our laws and procedures that we just have to obey somebody else about, though.
Well, I think there's like another branch who might be able to fix that for us, right? If we could get them to do that.
That's so rare that they
Take it up.
They do anything after the Supreme Court rules, so that's the problem.
I know.
Maybe the state on its own, maybe how much,
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the legislature would, but in any event, I'm just gonna leave, I'm not gonna take any action on the case. I'll let you address that at the
Very
whole
well.
bond hearing.
Okay.
Or the state can file a motion.
I understand.
So I'll just leave B, and then I'll leave just everything set. I'll leave the count 1 at 0. I did set a bond on count 2, what did I say?
Is it 3 or 2, you said?
On count 2, it's aggravated battery with a firearm, so he's entitled to a bond on it.
Very well, okay. Oh, they said 3, so I missed that one.
Okay, I'll set that at 2,500 for now, and then I'll leave count 3 set at the 5,000, and then you can address them all
Yes, Judge.
downtown.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contacts, no return. no
Correct, and I'm
weapons.
not gonna modify anything on the warrant either. It does say no victim contact, no return, and no firearms or weapons.
That's fine, Judge, thank you very much.
Your Honor, he also has
Can I have
another
a-
case.
He does?
No, that was an endorsement.
We're not
It was
saying
seen
that.
previously in IUs.
Okay.
We're good?
Can I have some time to talk to you in the back as well?
Oh, sure.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, have a good day. It was a warrant, okay. Oh, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your name.
Anthony Ware.
Mr. Ware, this is 22 CF 7420. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause capias for retail theft. Your bond. What day is that? 1/3? August 1. I see, okay. So your bond on that case is going to be $150. You were also arrested in 23 CF 100. You were arrested again for grand theft, third degree. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you on both cases. You are not to return to the International Drive Outlet Mall, and your bond is going to be $1,000.
We're here.
Yes. So you have 2 cases here in Orange County. You have CF 7420 and CF 100.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yes, in 100, 1,000, and then 150 in the other one, yeah, okay. Good afternoon, tell me your name.
Aaron Weems.
Mr. Weems, this is 23 CF 85. You were arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle, resisting officer without violence, and no valid driver's license. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is 1,000. Your bond on count 2 and 3 is 100. You're not to have any contact with the victims or return to the scene.
Qualifies for pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you on pretrial release in lieu of bond, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The only condition, Judge, is no contact.
No contact, no return. Tell me your name, sir.
D'Angelo Williams.
Mr. Williams, you were here in 22 CF 13767. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for possession of methamphetamine with intent, possession of tetrahydrocannabis, resisting officer without violence, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and possession of methamphetamine. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I know you're shaking your head because you probably haven't seen the warrant and you don't have any information about this case, but it's an allegation that this occurred on November 7th. I'm sure your public defender can maybe give you some more information about that. Bond on count 1 is 1,500. Bond on count 2 is, I'm gonna ROR count 2. Bond on count 3 is 100. I'm gonna ROR count 4. And bond on count 5 is 150. Sir, you're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. Thank you. Sir, good afternoon. Your name?
Willis.
Mr. Willis, you are here, sir, in 23 CF 103. You were arrested for petty theft with 2 prior convictions. I find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You need to contact the public defender within 24 hours of your release, and you must appear at your next court date. You also can't go back to the Walgreens, sir, okay? Thank you.
Today.
Is there anything else that we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then court will be adjourned. Hannah?
Skinner.
Skinner?
Yes.
Okay, can we, is Skinner up here?
He's,
Oh, that's just a couple.
yep, he's
Okay,
coming up.
perfect. We're good. No, we can wait. It's just like 3 more. I just didn't want her to be at the very end. Oh, good morning. This is Judge Carter. Who am I speaking with?
And this is May, Mandarin interpreter.
Thank you, ma'am. I have the defendant here before me in case number 23MM74. Could you ask him his name, please?
OK，您好，我是国语翻译。那请问你的名字是什么？
周涛尼。
周浩尼。
Sir, you were arrested for battery domestic violence.
那你被抓起来呢，是因为打人了，是那个家庭暴力。
There's probable cause, and I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
对，可能会有一些后果，然后我会叫一个公共的律师来为你辩护。
You're not to have any contact with Leon Quinn Lin.
那你不能跟梁坤林有联系。
You're to maintain a separate residence.
要住在不一样的地方。
You can go back one time with the police to get your things.
你可以跟警察一块儿回去一趟，去拿你的东西。
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
你不能拥有任何的枪支或者是武器。
Sir, at this time, your bond will be $500.
现在呢，你的保释金是500块钱。
And Your Honor, I don't believe Mr. Nee and the alleged victim live together. However, I do believe they work together.
Okay, maybe I read that wrong.
I believe they lived together when they originally moved.
Oh, okay.
Haven't since.
Okay, then I would just, I guess, are you asking me to lead the return one time with law enforcement?
That's fine, Your Honor. State has no objection to that.
Okay.
As long as he understands that at work he cannot have contact with the victim.
I understand as well. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So, Mr. Nee, you also can't have any contact with Miss Lin at work.
还有倪先生，你也不能跟林女士在工作的时候有任何的接触。
OK。
All right. Sir, do you have any questions?
那好，你有什么问题吗？
就是说，就是他上面告诉我说，就是我跟他就是不可以有任何的就是语言啊，就是口头啊、书面啊、见面啊、电话啊，或者是电子邮件上面的联系吧，就是说我们都不要联系吧。
Oh, that means we cannot contact each other via email or telephone or meet in person or text each other?
That is correct. You can't have contact with her in any way.
是的，就是哪种方式都不能跟她联系。
I can't tell her to not contact you, but what I would say is that if she does text you or email, you cannot respond.
我不能保证她不跟你联系，我只能说的是，如果她给你发短信或者是 email 你，你就不能回复她。
Does that make sense?
这明白吗？
但是我就是都不要去骚扰对方嘛，就是我就是希望他也不要骚扰我，我也不要骚扰他嘛。
So that means we cannot bother each other. I cannot bother her, and she cannot bother me.
Well, you just have to think about yourself, okay? I don't have any power over her, only you. So you cannot contact her.
你就想着你自己不用管他，我没有权利管他，可是我有权利管你，就是你不跟他联络就行。
对，
And Your Honor, just for the record, I believe the victim is a male. That may be where some of his confusion is.
Okay. Thank you. I'm talking about Mr. Lin, okay? That's who you can't have any contact with.
对你不能跟那个林，你不能跟他有任何联络。
OK。
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, and then just keep the maintain separate residence even. Is that the one you had given me? Yes. Okay. Are you all resetting the medicals? No? Normally you don't?
Generally not, but
Do you want him to be present since there's a gold sheet? I mean, I'm not saying what I would do or wouldn't do, I'm just saying I don't know if that makes a difference in your
that's what I'm thinking
decision
about.
making.
Because I was gonna resolve the out on bond, Your Honor, that was my only,
Oh, then I'll reset it
okay.
to see if that's possible for tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
He's out on PTR.
But there's an offer to resolve the out on bond case. PTR,
If he resolves the out on bond, the PTR will go away.
the case will be gone.
So
There
I'm
was
just
no
gonna
action
reset it.
on the bond.
Huh?
There was no action taken on his bond.
For the pretrial's not requesting to revoke his bond?
They're requesting to revoke it, but I didn't know if you, because he had pretrial and bond. So you want to do the whole case? Just settle the whole case
Yeah.
for the reset? Okay.
Elaine Rozier.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. You are here in 23 CF 65. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I believe it's on a pregnant person, and then battery by strangulation, domestic violence. Ms. Georgia, was it count 2 that you took issue with?
Yes, Your Honor, there was no indication that the victim's breathing was restricted in any way. Therefore, I would ask that you find no PC for the battery by strangulation.
Okay, and then just the lesser battery.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to be heard, Ms. Fleming?
no, Your Honor, state's in agreement.
Okay. So, Mr. Rozier, the court finds probable cause for count 1, and
I'm pulling it. Okay.
bond will be set at $2,500, and then you'll be released, the court finds probable cause as to battery, as to count 2, and your bond will be $100. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can return one time with the police to get your things if needed, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the conditions of your release, sir?
Not really, but I am going to stay away for the 30 days that I already paid pretty much on my residence because it's only my name there, but currently I'm not allowed to go back to my house. So what I told my landlord was I'd let her rock out for the remainder of the month, and then I would retake the premises after she leaves after 30 days.
So that, I can't really tell you yes or no on that. So that is a civil issue. Until this case is resolved, it just says that you have to maintain a separate residence. If she's not there, then you can be there, all right?
Right.
But I can't make her leave.
Of course.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay,
perfect sense.
so whatever y'all decide on that, without contacting one another, is up to you.
And then she's pregnant with my child, so it's like,
All right, you can talk to your lawyer about all those things, okay? Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, the PC for the standard BAT DV is 784.03 sub 10.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Yep.
And then PC for just BAT DV on 2.
On 2. 2,500 and 100? Right, it's just for battery. I find PC for battery.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. This is interpreter. Do you still need my service?
I don't. Thank you so much for speaking up. I'm
You are
sorry
very
about that.
welcome.
All right, have a good
Yeah,
day.
thank you for using. You too. Bye now. Bye.
Darn it. Mr. Robinson?
He's mental health.
All right.
I will waive his appearance, Your Honor.
All right, this is 23 CF 121. Mr. Robinson was arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. I find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. He's not to have any contact with the victim. He's to maintain a separate residence. He can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get his things, no weapons or firearms. Bond is going to be $2,500. Mr. Skinner? Ma'am, do you want to come forward into the witness booth, please?
Raise your right. Do you solemnly swear or you can't hear me?
Can you hear me? Do you, I don't know if she can normally hear or she just can't.
Yeah, I speak English. I can't hear y'all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I hear you now.
You do. Is it better when I'm right next to the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Just give me 1 second. Good morning, Mr. Skinner. I'm going to pull your case because I have to look at the actual arrest affidavit. All right, so this is 23 CF 72. You're Mr. Skinner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for aggravated stalking, domestic violence, aggravated assault, domestic violence, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Ciesha Anderson.
All right, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Fleming, did you have any questions for Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Judge. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Skinner?
Yes, fiance.
Are you afraid of him?
No,
Has anything like this ever happened before?
no,
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
absolutely.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Ms. George?
And Your Honor, just for the record, there is a case from 2018 with Ms. Anderson as the victim. It was a bat by strangulation, burg structure, assault. He currently also has an open non-arrest bat DV, I believe it being his brother. A prior ag assault, deadly weapon, and domestic DV, also out of 2018. Victim being his mother. So I believe, at least here within Orange County, there is one previous 2018 case with Ms. Anderson as the alleged victim.
However, if you look at his record, he was there, I don't see any convictions besides an assault when he was a juvenile.
Okay. Ms. George, did you want me to modify the bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I was gonna ask that you reduce the bonds. I haven't seen $100,000.
So I would need to take, or have you take some testimony, or I can ask him some questions in order to modify the bonds. Okay. Mr. Skinner, could you raise your right hand, please? Thank you, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, sir. So I'm going to only ask you some questions related to your bond, not about your case at all, sir. So can you tell me where you work?
I have a job right now.
All right. How do you pay your bills?
I do in and out jobs, like, live with my hands. Barbecue, cook, things like that.
How long have you lived in Orlando?
All my life.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
No, man.
Do you have family in Orlando?
My mom and my dad, my fiance,
Children?
yeah, my kids, all my kids.
How many kids do you have?
In total, 8,
And they all live here in Orlando?
besides one of them.
Do you own any property?
No, man.
Do you have any money in a savings or checking account?
No, man. 6 kids. Christmas time, I broke.
Sure, I understand. Who, if anyone, would be helping you with your bond?
I guess my fiance.
I'm gonna try to do the best I can do. That's
It's like
why.
I said, it's just a bad time right now. We haven't even hit our rent yet. That's why I'm really stressed out. That's why I turned myself in.
You have a passport, Mr. Skinner?
I don't even have a vehicle right now.
All right. Ms. Fleming, did you have any questions for Mr. Skinner?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so first I'm going to do the conditions of your release, sir. At this time, I'm going to order that you're not to have any contact with Ms. Anderson. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things. And you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Bond on count 1 will be $150. Bond on count 2 is going to be $2,500. Bond on count 3 is $150. Bond on count 4 is $150.
Ask you a quick question.
Can I have a moment?
Ask your lawyer first.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
It's okay. So I can't bond him? It can't be
You
me?
can, he just can't have any contact with you right now. So he can talk to his lawyer about that and how that can be modified. It's not a permanent order.
Okay.
Right? It can be modified, but today, based upon the information that I have,
Yes,
that's what
ma'am.
I'm comfortable doing.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can contact his lawyer, you can pay his bond, but he cannot contact you.
Me.
And I would not contact him so that he doesn't. feel
Yeah, I don't want
compelled
him to get in
contact
trouble.
you.
Right, yeah.
Okay?
Okay. So I could just pay the bond, I just can't talk to him?
That's right.
Okay. And can you tell me the total of that? Because
I'll try.
2950?
Thank you. 2950,
so you paid 10% of 29?
like $300.
So 300? Okay.
But I'm not gonna argue with you.
So, Mr. Skinner, I need you to understand it's not a permanent order. It's something that can be modified at another time with more information and more time, but that's what I've ordered today, so I'm not gonna revisit it, okay?
But
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
I feel
Oh, I didn't have to find it. It was personal.
Your Honor, Derek Victor is medical.
Ms. George, do you want to waive Mr. Victor's appearance?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's 23 CF 122. He was arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, and hindering communication to law enforcement. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. He's not to have any contact with the victim. He's to maintain a separate residence. He can return one time with law enforcement to get his things, and no weapons or firearms. Bond on count 1 is going to be $2,500. Bond on count 2 is $150. Are you Mr. Bartoloni?
Yes, I am, yes.
Mr. Bartoloni, you're here in 23MM57. You were arrested for battery domestic violence.
Yep.
There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things. I don't know if your things are still at Disney or not. This is the Disney case, right?
Yeah, she has them, but we don't live together regardless.
Are you in Dallas or Miami?
Miami.
Okay. Okay, so you are not to have any contact with her. You may return to the Disney property one time with the police to get your things if you need to do that,
Ah, okay.
okay? You are not to possess any weapons or firearms, and you have children?
Yes, too.
Okay. Do you already have a set up custody arrangement if you don't live together?
Yeah, we do 60-40 or depend, I mean, we fine with it, even the child support. So, for instance, 1 week she worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the other week Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I get them.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, and you can have your lawyer modify this once there's some contact with the alleged victim, is I'm gonna allow you to have contact with her through a third party regarding your kids only. Okay, so if
Okay.
you have a family member, a grandparent or aunt, uncle, somebody like that, a friend who can assist you in coordinating with your kids,
Okay.
you can do that, okay?
I mean,
And then you can talk with your lawyer and see if they can file a motion.
And I have a question, if
Sure.
you don't mind. To change to no hostile, because we know hostile at the end of the day, how does it work? She has to come here, or the lawyer has to come here
For what?
to change this? The no contact order, because I saw a line here, but I couldn't understand.
Sure, so your lawyer is going to be able to assist you with all of that and
Okay.
answer all those questions for you. Your lawyer will be able to talk with the state attorney, with the alleged victim, and the court is here though. So any court appearances that you have are here in Orlando.
Okay, fair
Okay.
enough.
His number is circle.
And then I'm gonna place you on pretrial release. So you're also gonna have a phone check-in with pretrial release,
What?
pretrial release.
Okay, but you
You're
said
gonna-
phone checking.
That's right, sir, okay? But your court dates are here in Orlando.
Correct.
Okay.
And how do I get communicated the court date? I'm sorry.
Your lawyer, so she just gave you the phone number there. You also are going to be given, I believe, Division 50 court date on his paperwork when he leaves. Is that right still? Am I right on that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So when you leave, your paperwork's gonna have a court date on it. That's gonna be, I believe, your arraignment date in the division that you're gonna be assigned to. And you can always look on the My Orange Clerk.
Okay.
Okay?
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I put, you can have third-party contact. You can have contact with the alleged victim through a third party. Hey, Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, this is 23MM85. You were arrested for a violation of a domestic injunction. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Your bond is $1,000. You are to abide by the injunction in 22 DR 12469. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions, Mr. Brown?
Yes, once, is that okay?
Sure.
Don't talk. Yeah. Yeah, you just paid 100 with the bail bond. And that's the attorney's number. Okay? You're welcome. Thank you.
That's it, yeah.
All set?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning. Are you Mr. Holder? Yes? Mr. Holder, this is 23MM86. You were arrested for battery, dating, violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. You can go back with the police one time to get your things. I'm going to place you on pretrial release, sir. Do you have any questions? Good morning. Tell me your name.
Tara Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, you're here in 23 MM60. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You can go back one time with the police to get your things, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have a question?
I can't go with.
Ms. Jackson, are you all set? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name.
John Elena Lundy.
Mr. Lundy, you are here in 23 MM77. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You may return one time with the police to get your things, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your bond is $1,000. Thank you. Good morning, your name, sir?
Melvin Perez.
Mr. Perez, this is 23 MM78. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You can return one time with the police to get your things, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, sir.
And Your Honor, DCF was contacted on this case.
Excuse me?
The DCF was contacted, so it would just ask for the condition to comply with any order set by DCF.
Okay. So
Sign here.
Mr. Perez, it was brought to my attention that DCF was contacted in this case, so I'm just gonna also put as part of your pretrial release that you are to cooperate with DCF and follow any of their recommendations.
I can barely hear you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Better? Okay. Did you hear anything that I said?
Barely anything.
Okay, so no contact with the victim. You have to maintain a separate residence. You can return one time with the police to get your things, and you cannot possess any weapons or firearms. You're being placed on pretrial release, and you are also to abide by any requests or recommendations of DCF. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. Are you all having a problem hearing me? No? Okay. Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Justice Velarde.
Mr.
Velarde.
Velarde.
And I'm sorry to bother you. I'm hearing impaired, so if you could kind of do the same thing you did for him, please.
Absolutely, no problem. Do we still have the little,
Not completely, but just this helps.
can you hear me right now? Or we have headphones that
I can hear you.
you can hear me? Okay. So this is 23 MM6. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's
Yes.
probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You can go back with the police one time to get your things, and you cannot possess any weapons or firearms. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Do you have any questions about what I've ordered?
This is my first time in anything like this.
Okay.
So I'm not sure pretrial release or any of this, what this means.
Sure. I understand. So you have to abide by the conditions of which I just explained to you. PTR is going to monitor your compliance with those conditions while you're in the community waiting for your case to resolve. You will not have to pay any money to get out of the jail, but you will have to report to pretrial release.
Okay.
Okay?
Guess that's for the regular trial.
You're welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you Mr. Clayton?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Clayton, you're here for an out-of-county warrant out of Lake County for no valid driver's license. At this time, sir, there is no bond. Lake County is gonna come and pick you up, and you'll see a judge when you get there. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, Adrian Guerrero bonded.
Mr. Noel? Good morning, sir. You're here for an out-of-county warrant. Why can't I see where it is? Oh, Hillsborough County. It's for failing to appear on a driving while licensed suspended case. Your bond is $1,000, sir. If you are unable to post that bond, Hillsborough County will come and pick you up, and you'll see a judge when you get there. All right? Thank you.
Your Honor, Jason Thomas is mental health.
Okay. Miss, okay, Ms. George, do you all still represent the out-of-county folks? You do not?
No, Your Honor.
How have you all been handling the out-of-county people who, are unable to come to court?
They just,
Temporary appoint
yeah,
sometimes.
and then I waive.
Okay,
Just for today's purpose, they'll temporarily appoint,
okay,
and then I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
got it, okay. So then I'll temporarily appoint the public defender to Mr. Thomas's case. And he has an out-of-county warrant out of Alachua County for a violation of probation, and his bond is set at none. Well, right, I guess then that would get it going for them to come get him, yeah, okay. And then I'll appoint the public defender temporarily for Mr. Watson. He's got 2 cases, an out-of-county warrant for attempted second-degree murder out of Osceola County. That bond is set at none. He's to have no contact with the victims, no return to the scene or residence. And then he's got an out-of-county warrant, another one from Osceola for violation of a domestic violence injunction and discharging a firearm in public from a vehicle. Counts 1 and 2 are no bond. Count 3 is $2,500.
I will waive, Your Honor.
Thank you. And he's also to have no contact with the victim.
He has another one.
Wait, there's one more for Mr. Watson, and that is an out-of-county warrant from Osceola County. It's a violation of a domestic injunction on a VOP. The bond is none and no contact with the victim. Mr. Adams, did I say that right? Mr. Adams, you are here, it looks like you have 3 cases, 19 CF 14104, which is a violation of probation based upon having engaged with an individual in criminal activity as sworn to by your probation officer. Bond will be set at none. There's probable cause for the violation of probation.
Your Honor, the person wasn't even in my house. I'm on house arrest.
Hold on. Ms. George, go ahead. So hold on, wait, you have 2 other cases. So you've got 19 CF 16363, and then you've got an out-of-county violation of probation. That's out of Marion County, based upon that same PC affidavit. Mr. Adams, I'm not saying that that's true or that you don't have a defense, but I just have to read what they tell me, and it's a low threshold for probable cause, so your lawyer can file any appropriate motions. But all the bonds at this time are gonna be set at none, and you're gonna see a judge in the next week or so. Okay? Thank you, sir. Yes, thank you. The PD is appointed, Ms. George.
Thank you.
Are you Mr. Castro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Castro, you are here for a violation of probation stemming from your arrest on December 30th. Looks like for 4 different charges: criminal mischief, threatening a law enforcement officer, battery or assault on a pregnant person, 2 counts. There is probable cause. I find violation of probation. Your bond will be set at none, and I'll appoint the public defender. Thank you, sir. All right, well, I find a waiver of his appearance based upon his inability to come to court. I will appoint the public defender to represent him. He was arrested for violation of probation in 21 CF 623 pursuant to a warrant. Bond is set at none. 22 CF 14723, he was arrested for violation. No, he was arrested for new law violation for grand theft, 3rd degree, dealing in stolen property and receiving money from a pawnbroker by false verification pursuant to a warrant. Bond on count 1 is 2,000. Bond on count 1 is 2,000. Bond on count 2 is 100. Bond on count 3 is 100. He's have no contact with the co-defendant or victim and not return to the scene of the theft. And then I will be revoking the release in 21 CF 14561. Bond on that case is gonna be set at none.
Your Honor, looks like, is he in pretrial release? Looks like he's in pretrial diversion. Usually we allow, they take no action and they allow pretrial diversion to decide if they want to remove him from the program.
Okay, I missed that was checked. That's typically what I would do. I just looked at the PTR and the ROR. But given that he's in PTD, Ms. Fleming, I'm gonna let your office decide what they wanna do with that. So that's on 21 CF 14561. I'll take no action on that case. And then, the final case is 23 CF 116. He was arrested for possession of olazapam, possession of cannabis less than 20, and resisting officer without violence. There's probable cause for the offenses. Bond on count 1 is 500, and I will ROR counts 2 and 3. I think that's all for Mr. Combs. Mr. Garcia Santiago? Did I say that? Okay. They put the names together, so it's hard to see where one ends and the other begins. Sir, you were arrested in 19 CF 15990. This is for a violation of probation because you were arrested for fleeing and eluding and possession of methamphetamine on December 31st. There's probable cause for the VOP. I'll appoint the public defender, and your bond is set at none, sir. You're welcome, sir. You, Mr. Hines?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hines, you have 2 cases this morning. You have your new law arrest in 23 CF 109 for possession of methamphetamine. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. Your bond is set at $500, sir. You have a violation of probation in 20 CF 3200. In that case, sir, your bond is set at none, and I'll also appoint the public defender.
And a court date for that?
In about a week, you'll see the judge, okay? Judge Lattimore right here. Are you Mr. Ingram?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ingram, this is 16 CF 3842. You were arrested for a violation of probation by committing a new law offense allegedly on on February 7th, 2020. Hold on.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying,
it was
ma'am.
2017. Okay. This was pursuant to a warrant. I will appoint the public defender to represent you, sir, and your bond is set at none.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
What was the offense that was committed?
So you were placed on probation on October 10th of 2017 for
Aggravated.
a term of 2 years. Oh, so you were sent to, hold on. You are placed on probation for the offense of count 1, child abuse, for a term of 2 years of state prison, followed by 10 years of probation to be commenced on January 2nd, 2019. So they are alleging that you failed to live without violating any law by committing the criminal offense of possession of personal information of another, 5 or more, on December 25th of 2019, and being convicted of that crime on March 1st, 2021 in Orange County, Florida. So that's what they say that you did.
Wasn't that charge ran concurrent with my probation though? That's what I was told, and that's why I signed. You can look it up on Orange County Clerk.
I'll
of
look,
Courts,
just a
please.
Ms. Fleming or Ms. George, if you have any information that you wanted to share about that, I would be happy to hear.
I'm
don't-
looking, but
'Cause I don't have a case number for the,
per what he said, if the sentence was it for it to run concurrently with his current probation, it would still violate his probation.
Well, I would have never took that plea if I wasn't told. Well, I was told that.
you have, by any chance though, Miss, I just want to look, Miss Fleming, a case number for a plea to possession of personal information of another where he was convicted on March 1st of 21 in Orange County? Well, let me go back and look at the paperwork from this case.
Because I was told during that plea agreement that if I take this plea, it would not have no effect on no violation for me because it would be ran concurrent with my probation.
I understand what you're saying.
And also, I just got out of jail for a violation of probation for my 2016 case.
I believe it was 2020 CF 1685.
Tell me that again?
2020 CF 1685 AO. You pled no contest.
You said when?
1685.
Thank you.
On March 1st of 2021, we null pros count 1 and 3. He pled to 2. Judgment.
You said 21 CF 1685?
Yeah, 2020 CF 1685.
Oh, 2020. Thank you.
And he got adjudication, 2 years supervised probation, 100 hours community service.
Ran concurrent with my probation.
I don't see that on the plea form, it just says 2 years. And then I don't see the order of probation, so I have no other information. Just see that he got,
I checked in with Ms. K. Johnson at probation office for that charge as well. I just trying to make sure y'all don't see the confusion that.
Hold on, just give me a second.
yeah,
From what I see, Your Honor, the note that was put in from the attorney assigned, it does state that the ASA offered, if he pled to count 2, they would adjudicate him guilty, give him 2 years of probation to run concurrent, 100 hours of community service.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Ingram, I'm not saying that what you're saying is not correct. I just don't have the information that I would need. I don't know if that means that it wouldn't have violated the probation you were currently on. I don't know, and that's not written down. So that's something you're gonna have to talk with the lawyers about, sir. I can't make that,
I mean, there's no way possible, like, with all that information that was just stated inside of the computer, it says that it was ran concurrent, I would be withheld adjudication, and it says I was allowed to be on probation while that was my probation.
I know, but I wasn't the judge that was responsible for that, and I wasn't the lawyers that were involved in that either, so I'm not gonna substitute my judgment for theirs without more information. And certainly, you'll need to speak to your lawyer and then to Judge Barber, who you can talk to about.
I also was just in there with Judge Barber August 8th, if, as you can see, it says that on the computer too, and while in there, none of that was brought withheld because it said it wasn't a violation.
But that's why I don't wanna involve myself as another person. I can certainly understand your frustration that you were just in court and then all of the information that's contained in this affidavit was available and known, and it was signed on December 12th of 2022. I can understand your frustration with that. I don't have an answer for you, and that's why I'm saying to you that you'll have to speak with those who do about it, all right?
Okay, well, is there any way I can have a quick court date? Because like I said, I should not be in
You
here
are gonna see a
for-
judge in less than a week.
Yes, he's in jail arraignment with Judge Lattimore on the 12th.
Okay. Yep. Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Eric Martinez Marquez.
All right, Mr. Marquez, you're here for a violation of probation based upon your probation officer indicating that you were associating with another individual engaged in criminal activity. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond, sir, is set at none. You'll see the judge in about a week. Thank you.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
My how you say probation.
Mhm.
This will be done the 20th of this month.
Those are good questions for your lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay, as to what will happen with that. All right?
Thank you.
Sure. Good morning, sir. Tell me your name.
Glenn Verone, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. This is case number, no, this is an add-on for a violation of probation. It's alleged that you violated your probation by committing the new law offense of possession of cocaine on January 2nd, as stated by Deputy Connor Lenahan, and you are on probation in Orange County, Florida. I find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond is set at none, sir. You'll see a judge in about a week.
Yes, ma'am,
Thank you. Hey there, are you Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You are here in 22 CF 8008. Sir, it's alleged that you have violated your probation by committing the new law offense in 23 MM 76 for providing false ID to law enforcement. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in all of the cases. In 23 MM 76, your bond is $500. Your bond on your violation of probation is 0. And Miss,
The add-on bond has not yet been filed, so state would request no action.
okay, I was just gonna ask Ms. George what she wanted me to do with that. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, then I'll take no action on the add-on bond. It was a lot, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, are you Mr. Soames?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, this is 21 MM 6062. You have been alleged to have violated your probation by committing new law offenses on December 28th, December 1st, and December 1st. Battery, domestic violence, hindering communication to law enforcement, cannabis less than 20, and resisting officer without violence. This was pursuant to a warrant, sir. Your bond is $5,000. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Thank you. Yes. Sure. Right, so then we have no arraignments, but we do have 33-day motions. Do we do those now? Okay.
And there's quite a few, and your list may be out of order from mine, so just bear with me.
Okay, so you look them up? You're gonna tell
I
me?
have them all. I looked them up this morning.
Okay,
But yours may be in different order, so it may take me a minute, because I think we have 20.
no problem. Do you want to let me know whenever you're ready?
I'm ready when you are.
Oh, okay. I have 22 CF 13979, Duane Barty.
13979 denied, and information was filed.
Okay. 22 CF 13992, Duane Barty.
13992 denied, and information was filed.
22 CF 13962, Victor Baton.
Granted, notice and on filing.
22 CF 11646, Kwame Carey.
Granted, it was no billed.
22 CF 13670, Quamaine Carey.
One 13670 granted, notice and on filing.
22 CF 13997, Melvin Santos.
One 13997 granted, notice and on filing.
There's a notice of non-filing?
Yes.
Thank you. 22 CF 13753, Quavari Cummings.
Granted, notice and on filing.
22 MM 8064, Raymond Dela Cruz.
Granted, it was no billed.
22 MM 8112, Wayne Elliston.
Denied, and information was filed.
22 CF 13874, Cirillo Garden.
You said 13874?
13874.
Denied, and information was filed.
That's denied. 22 CF 14011, Jadarius Glasgow.
Granted, notice and on filing.
It's granted. 22 CF 13803, Richard Huckabee.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. 22 CF 13819, Tony Key.
Granted, notice and on filing.
That'll be granted. 22 CF 14055, Luis Rivera.
Granted, notice and on filing.
That's granted. Thomas Scott, looks like he's got a bunch. All right, so we've got 22 CF 12778.
Granted, notice and on filing.
That's granted. 22 CF 12779.
Granted, notice and on filing.
That's granted. 22 CF 13985.
Granted, notice and on filing.
That'll be granted. 22 CF 13986, Thomas Smith.
Denied, and information was filed.
That'll be denied. 22 CF 10962.
Granted, notice and on filing.
And 22 MM 8019, Tariah Thomas.
Granted, no billed.
That'll be granted. All right, do we have any other matters this morning? No? All right, then court will be in recess.